If you haven't already met him, everybody meet Ryan. Ryan is our new player.
Hi.
Yes,
Hi.
he is a natural at role-playing. You all will like him.
He is brand new, so please make sure you encourage and help him out and provide opportunities for him to learn how to play this game. That being said,
I've been playing this for 3 years and I still don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Good luck.
Yeah. You'll
Yeah,
never
that's-
get used to it.
Yeah, that sums
the
it up.
weird quiet one. I try and contribute every now and then, but this house gets loud, and I'd rather you guys not have to deal with it.
Oh, no worries. You still do great. We still love you.
we love it every time you queue up.
Most of the time it's something exploding, so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, so
Yeah.
we are going to get
Not
started.
confused with Lowell Random.
As is tradition, we are going to get started with a recap. So, who's up?
Let me dust off my notes here.
Yeah, make sure you have your notes out. You're going to get very important information today.
Oh,
Yeah,
fun.
very, very.
Just
things
clearing the
about this.
dust off.
Shit's gonna hit the fan this session.
It really is. So, just have your notes out and be ready. And let's begin. So, last time on Dragon Ball Z, does anybody remember what happened in August?
Oh, fuck.
All I
That's
know
too
I
is
mean-
that we got another mission to go to another part of the
Yes.
Beastlands.
Okay.
Yeah,
The best way to do was to airdrop.
I can
So
probably
they
do
tried
a
to-
decent recap.
Yeah.
I can give you like a quick overview. I don't know if I can give you like details.
You know what? Since we have a new player, how about you let me cover the basics?
Okay.
We'll
Sure.
give you guys a break. So,
Mhm.
things you will find out once you talk to your party members. Like I said, you will learn many things that Brian doesn't know yet. But as a player, in the last few sessions, we have been spending time at the Sokolov Castle, where we have learned a little bit more about the curse that plagues the Beastlands. As you met with the Spymaster has recommended that perhaps you guys would be capable of finding an end to the curse that the Sokolovs have yet to discover. And they recommended that the best way to do that is to go to the place where it all began, Dom Elknosti, the castle in the center of the Killing Grounds. The castle where all of the children used to reside before the split. Pidge created a contraption to take you guys there, except, I mean, well, technically it worked. It yeeted you guys hundreds of miles. Like, you guys went a long-ass ways into the Killing Grounds. Russia is huge. But you crash landed. That was how we ended our last session, was everybody being a little on edge with each other. The party is slowly losing trust in each other after some decisions that have been made. And then all of you got on this wonderful, crazy contraption and crash landed. Now, getting yourselves up, you take a look around at your surroundings, and you see trees. But not just any trees, these are Jurassic level of huge trees. These are enormous. And somewhere in the distance, you smell a horrible scent of decay and smoke and rust. And you think maybe through the spaces in between the trunks, in the distance, you see what looks like metal and wood in a nonsensical array. You guys have begun to get yourselves up, dusting yourselves off, having a little bit of brief conversation when all of a sudden, Katya rights herself and tells you all to be quiet. She then creeps away, Soma following. After a very short moment, you begin to hear screaming in the distance where she disappeared to. It is a horrible, throaty, guttural pain scream. And that is where we are going to begin. So I'm going to need everybody to roll me a d20 in the group roles chat to see who gets to go first.
Oh boy.
Oh god!
A 1 already.
Oh, we are off to a great start. Things are gonna
Great
be
start.
fantastic.
Paige is busy quipping about the environment, saying something about Miyazaki included another one in this level.
Oh my god. Pidge, I was imagining you were like picking up parts of like your creation that have like been strewn across the ground and the trees and everything.
Honestly, she's more concerned about Ein.
Let's see how Ein is. Ein is fine. Ein used you to break his fall. Ein has learned how to deal with your explosions. Okay, so I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm missing Dylan. Well, Dylan's gonna go last. So, Brian, you are the first one. And last you left off, you were watching a wound get cauterized.
Yeah.
Oh god.
And you had just heard, "What the fuck are you doing?" from a voice you don't recognize, somewhere below you in the tree. You begin to realize that there are more than just the two people here. There are a lot more than just those two.
So turning my attention away from the awful sounding wound cauterizingness going on over there,
Mhm.
I peek my head over the tree to see how many other people are down there.
Roll me a perception check.
Okay. 3. Fuck.
Roll a 3. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, really, the only person you see right now is the one that spoke, and it is a sight for you. There's a person in full plate armor. And looking down from the top, you can kind of only see the top of his hat, which is very, very round. So it kind of at first looks like there's just a large trash can sitting underneath of you.
Yeah, there's just a big metal lid looking up at you.
I imagine Sigurd from Dark Souls just like Onion Knight.
um, his pictures in character sheets.
Sure, but looking down on him, his helmet probably kind of would look like Onion
Oh yeah,
Knight's.
yeah. It literally would look like fucking Sigurd's with a little spike on top.
Anyways, after seeing the large trash can-esque looking person, I yell, "Oh, you must be warm! It's fucking freezing!"
You'd be surprised. What's going on up there?
You know, we got attacked by a beaver shark. Whoever these two people are, and now the person who got stabbed by rebarb is getting that cauterized. So you know, normal Tuesday afternoon.
Excuse me?
Perdwin,
So-
you hear Katya's voice. This kid got fucked up from the tree above you.
Basically that, yeah.
Uncle Somi's trying to fix it, but he's not doing a very good job.
Soma shouldn't be fixing anything. That's my job. Oh dear. How is there a way to climb up?
Okay, so this tree is enormous, so I've made everybody make dex checks, so you can try. Or you can have Lunala, you can shift and have Lunala get you up there.
Could I Pridwin actually has pretty good dexterity. It's just his speed that's garbage.
Well, it's a dex check, so make a roll if you want.
Hold on. Could I argue strength because it's an athletic feat?
I will let you argue strength if you would like.
I would love to argue strength. Thank fuck. I rolled a 3, but thanks to that, it's a 19.
Okay, so you manage to climb your way up into this tree by yourself, I'm assuming. So the trash can has hauled himself up onto the large area, and I'll describe this tree to you. It is enormous, and it's kind of everybody's standing at the crux. All the branches kind of form a bowl, and there's this large kind of flat expanse in the center where all of these people are standing. And you climb up there, and the first thing you see is Brian. Do you want to describe your character? Because we haven't posted you in posted you in chat. You still need to
I
finish
still
your
haven't
sheet.
even, yeah, I haven't figured that out yet. No, I'm not gonna describe him. You can just picture basically just a big ol' pirate.
He's
normal
in
hat.
he's in pirate garb, but you notice that it's like I'm assuming Pridwin would know. It's fleet garb. So this person is in the DWMA and in the fleet. He has the fleet patch on. And he also has 3 stars on his fleet patch.
Oh, you're with the Academy's Navy.
That I am. Nice to know. That back in English, good fuck. Nice to meet you. My name is Brian.
It is a pleasure to meet you too. I am Pridwin Rhizostoma.
So as you are up there, you also witness, if you want to scroll back to yesterday, there is the person I posted at 1:12 p.m. She is up there, looking a little frazzled. Her braids kind of messed up, and her cheeks are wet with clear tear stains. She was crying just recently. You also see in the art page posted at 1:25, these 2 people. There's a boy with I'm pretty sure he's the one with the long hair. Or still the one with the short hair. I don't know. Dylan disappeared. Dylan, are you here? Are you back?
Can't believe Dylan's fucking dead.
His girlfriend called him. His fiance called him, so he's probably on the phone. Anyway, you see these 2. The female is lying on the ground, and you very quickly take notice of her medical state. There is a hole in her abdomen that appears to go from either the front to the back or the back to the front that Soma is currently trying to cauterize with his bare hand, and she is screaming. And the boy has his wrist in her mouth, and she is biting down on it.
Soma, you do not need to cauterize the wound. I can literally fix it.
Soma, he doesn't really care. He's still trying to cauterize it. He's focused.
Oh my gods.
He stops cauterizing. He was working on the front. He stops cauterizing the front. The back is still bleeding profusely. It looks like... Actually, you know what? Roll a, like a med check for me. A perception check, Fred1.
Okay. 15?
Okay. So you have seen a whole lot of puncture wounds. It appears that whatever went through her has pierced something vital. Like, the amount of blood she's losing, you're looking at her skin, and it's this gray, ashy color. Her fingertips are bluish in tone, and her lips are beginning to get that characteristic blue as well. She is sweating and looks clammy, and she's not really responding. Past the scream that took all of her energy, she's not really responding to any of you at this point.
Oh dear. Immediately Pridwin's going to shove Soma out of the way and, like, get to work.
Just imagining Soma goes, like, flying off of the edge of the branch.
God.
He has wings, he'll be fine.
Sorry, hold on. Okay, so immediately Pridwin's going to pull out a red solo cup.
Red solo cup.
He then is going to use regenerating waters to create some healing water.
Okay. So you... Did you? What did you just change? Regenerating waters, okay. So go ahead and roll.
Sure thing. So it's just the roll for the amount of time that it regenerates for?
Yeah, the D4. I just want to know how much total
Yeah.
healing she's gonna get over the next, like, 30 seconds.
Oh shit! 4.
Okay, so 20 for 4, 24, 60, 80, so she's gonna get 80 points of health. So you watch as he does this, Brian, and it's weird. You have no idea what the fuck's happening. There's, like, water coming out of his fucking glove. Don't worry about it. He then proceeds to try and get this girl to drink. However, she does not want to respond to you. Like, you're pouring it down her throat, basically, and she's just not responding.
Oh boy. Oh yeah, quick question just before. Is Pridwin's... I think I might have forgot to rest?
All of your
Because
stats are
Pridwin only has-
normal.
Okay.
You all have rested
Thank
before
God.
this occurred, so. If your
I am
stats are not
going
at normal,
to-
reset them. Except for you,
Okay.
Brian. You
Fuck. Damn
haven't
it.
rested.
Alright, yeah, Pridwin's going to try and... I mean, he's gotten people to drink healing water while they're unconscious, so he's trying to get that to work.
You're doing your best to get her to drink this. Meanwhile, let's see, who was the next one? Solon! You have collected yourself, dusted yourself off. Xavier is in his weapon form as usual, brooding, it seems. You kind of put him back in the holster on your back, and you look around. You see Pidge picking up pieces of the ship and checking on Ein, and you see most of the rest of your party has kind of disappeared towards the, like, to the left of you. There are a lot of them standing at the base of a tree a good, like, 20 yards away. What do you want to do?
What have I told them about wandering off in these wilds?
I really don't think they care. Xavier says through your link.
As I've come to realize.
They're gonna do what
I'm
they're
gonna-
gonna do.
Do what?
They're gonna do what they're gonna do.
And what happens will happen.
Yep.
So, where are we? Because you guys seem to have an idea of where we are, but we have no idea where we are.
I will throw
Well,
out there,
yeah.
Solon is not with you guys, so hold on just a
Yeah.
second.
A friend of ours knows this land a lot better than I do. He should be here in a moment.
Solon! Katya yells.
What?
There's a weird guy up here with questions.
How am I the weird one? I'm not the one pouring water down someone's throat, and as weird and as helpful as that looks, it still looks like someone spilt a lot of Kool-Aid or red, whatever the fuck. Or just like someone
I guess
punctured.
I'm going up the tree.
Roll me a dex check or a strength. I'll let you pick or choose.
Let me pull my character sheet up first.
Let me pull your character sheet for some reason. It's not up with everybody else's.
Both are equal, so it's not gonna matter.
Where the fuck am I?
What the fuck is that? My lights aren't on. I guess it's 15.
Okay, so it takes you a little bit of effort, but you manage to climb up the tree and see, as I was describing, these 4 random people that you don't know, as well as Pridwin, who is pouring water down one of their throats. They do not look good. And, Soma is no longer in the tree. He got yeeted off the tree. And Katya, she's up there.
So who is this one that apparently eclipses the weirdness of this group?
I will add for you, Brian, if you want to scroll in the in the art page, actually. There is a drawing of Solon on 627. He's got very white hair and a mechanical arm.
Oh, cool.
And he kind of
Alright,
has
cool.
that almost 1,000-yard stare is just part of his character now at this point.
Yep.
Cool. No, apparently I'm the weird one here now. I say, raising my hand to the new stranger.
Solon, you take note of his fleet badge on his pirate garb.
To be fair, amongst a bunch of strange people, a normal person would be, by comparison, quite weird.
He's got a point.
I suppose you do.
Yes, but then
But
the
it-
classification of it, someone being weird, means they're increasingly weirder than the rest of us.
Exactly.
Is everything
What
all
makes
right up
someone-
there? You hear Liam from the ground level.
I have returned. What did I miss?
You
That
were
remains-
cauterizing a wound, and then Pridwin was like, "Fucking stop! You're hurting her!" and then yeeted you off the tree as he got in the way to try and fix her.
I'll have you know that cauterizing is my healing ability, and you weren't there last session.
Yeah,
so-
I almost
Pridwin-
said, why don't we just
Pridwin-
I forgot I wasn't fucking hurt. I was almost went into her like, why don't we just freeze it? Oh wait, I'm not that character.
God. Pridwin
second.
literally, his abilities literally allow people to regenerate injuries.
I actually I think it was
Yeah,
yesterday or the day before on my way home. I was like, I wonder when he's gonna come back. When am I pulling him out of his room?
Oh, he's
Yeah,
not
who
in the
knows?
room anymore. You haven't
Oh,
asked about him in a while.
Oh
Someone
no!
Someone
Uh-oh.
Herb or
Probably
the
the room's
original.
been dead
We're
bolted
South
shut.
America now.
Herb
Lovely,
went on a
lovely.
journey.
You love, lovely jubbly.
Going on a
All right,
trip in
I'll
our
get with you
favorite
later
rocket
and we'll
ship.
do something about that.
Uh-huh.
Can't
Yeah,
believe
where's
Herb's fucking dead.
He's fucking
He
dead.
probably is.
Yeah.
If he's going where I think he's going, he probably already
Oh,
is.
he's going where you think he's going.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
Soma and Herb with the original healers because there were no other healers when the fucking campaign started, and all we had was cauterizing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't cauterized because you didn't get flame until we had already
Yeah,
like
yeah.
basically split up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So it was basically cauterization by freeze dry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you froze things to stop the bleeding.
yeah. And then
It didn't
now I-
work. It didn't ever work, but we tried.
You did your
Yeah, we
best.
definitely tried. Yeah, we did our best. Yeah, I miss Herb.
So yeah, now
And-
that you're hearing other voices, Brian, you start to take a look around and you begin to notice the other people in and around the tree. You see Soma, who got yeeted off the tree and his landing thanks to his wings instead of falling flat on his face. You see
love
another
wings.
person who is wearing a mask that looks almost identical to Soma's. You see another person in full plate armor, sans the helmet, and she has this short blue hair that is very pretty, and she is giving it, she has this kind of like cat-like essence about her, a very steely look. She's standing next to a boy, and all of these people are in art. If you want to look at them, you'll learn who they are very shortly. The boy with wavy white hair who's got a mask covering his face, he has a hand on her shoulder protectively. You also see a very small, young-looking girl with short white hair and a enormous sniper rifle on her back that is bigger than her. Solon, the one standing on the branch and talking to you, the one with the mechanical arm, also has a very large, what looks like almost a sword spear, resting in a holster on his back. Every once in a while, you think you might see eyes forming in the blade. Am I missing anybody? Oh, and then coming up the tree just now, one hand grips the edge of the ledge, and you see that it is blue. And a second hand goes to meet it, and then another figure crawls up into the tree beside you. She has extremely long white hair that is pulled back into a loose braid. There is a hood that was pulled up over her head but has fallen down during her climb, and she's wearing this beautiful purple cloak. And she is very blue.
This is as Sofa. Why are you blue?
That is an extremely personal story, and I would rather not explain it until we know we can trust you.
I will add, they don't know you're blue, Pridwin. This is Lunala they're looking at.
Yeah. I mean, Minerva's not wearing her helmet.
What are you guys, Smurfs?
That is true. The girl with the short blue hair, her skin also has a blue tone to it.
Yeah.
They're blue, da boo dee da boo da.
So let me
Anyway,
get this straight. We have a masked man with wings. We have a knight. I don't know what to call you, an amputee, a blue lady, and a child.
Are you just picking all of the offensive things about everybody in this group?
yes.
Is
Yes,
knight
he
an
is.
offensive word?
I don't like him.
I-
Katya says to you, Bridwin.
I have yet to determine my opinions on him. Nonetheless, we're in a very, very dangerous place. And I'm very curious what a Navy man is doing in the middle of a landlocked country.
I would also like to add that as you're looking the other two over, you notice some very similar features on them with that roll. There is an almost identical birthmark on both of them, and they also have fleet patches on their clothing.
3 Navy men.
That's classified information, I'm afraid.
Is it classified? I was gonna tell them.
We're DWMA, asshole, Katya says.
Oh, then I guess it doesn't matter, does it? Yeah, okay, so basically, what was going on? We were sent on a mission with those two, you know, the insensitive one and the one who got stabbed, and Amani over there, to find an Argosy ship that went missing. Judging by all the ships that are broken over there, I don't know how they got here if you say we're in a landlocked country. I'd say we found it.
Silva face palms and says, "You idiot, we don't know if they're actually DWMA."
And who are they gonna tell? If the ship is destroyed, then whatever.
Quick question, Silva. You're the Meister. Do you have soul perception?
I would hope he does because Apollyon's
Okay.
gone.
Roll for me real quick. Roll d20.
Alright.
Pridwin does point to his
18.
DWMA badge.
That's an 18.
Okay, give me just a second. I'm typing someone to someone.
Okay.
Okay, so I was having you roll soul perception. You notice something very interesting. All of these souls in front of you are blue. And also, you notice the girl with the long white hair and the blue toned skin, you don't see a soul in her at all. Similarly, the little girl with the red hair, you don't see a soul in her either. And the knight with the weird hat, you don't see his soul.
Sort of through his link to Varuna, he's going to say, "These guys are way too sketchy."
Well, I mean, I don't know. Is it, what's your name again? Mr. Nightman? I'm bad with my memory's kind of shit. Sorry.
Pridwin
Ah,
of the
okay, yeah.
Rhizostomas? Surely you've heard the family name before.
Roll a d20.
Not a.
I don't think he's heard a lot of things. He's kind of the idiot of our group somehow. And I thought I was dumb.
I mean, you are.
I am, but
Brian, I meant roll a d20.
Oh god.
Okay.
Okay.
15.
Okay, so Brian, you have heard the Rhizostoma name before. In fact, you've also
Oh.
heard a first name for it. Pridwin, what was your ancestor's name that was in the fleet? I can't remember.
Why
Andromeda.
is my
Yeah,
dog like this?
So you know Andromeda Rhizostoma was a very high-ranking member of the fleet. She, in fact, used to run in Archon. She was very high up. At one point, she was even the captain of Archon. You will want to write that down, Pridwin.
She exploded.
Yeah, she's not alive anymore. She went down with her ship. She is very highly respected.
Exploded. Okay.
So, are we we just going to stand here, or is someone going to explain to me why we're on the edge of a ship graveyard?
The rest of
Um,
you turn and take notice. To the west of your location, not west, to the east of your location, you
I'm
guys
gonna-
see an enormous, widespread ship graveyard. And not just like
Oh.
a little bit, like there are hundreds of ships. You see different eras. You see the steel of modern warships. You see the wood of pirate ships, torn flags of different countries that some of them you don't even recognize, scattered in pieces as far as you can see. And you can see in the distance the mountains rising in all directions around you.
Actually, a better question would be, how are we standing on the edge of a ship graveyard? There is not a single
Like
drop of
pirates.
water within miles of this place.
I've
pirates.
heard stories about storms blowing ships inland, but not this far.
Is someone gonna tell us where we are? Like,
Um,
towards the sea wise, or like?
We are in the center of Russia.
Pridwin pulls out a map.
Yeah, Pridwin pulls out a map. I'm pretty sure the map is
Yeah,
in.
so if you go to maps and layouts, you'll be able to see the most recent thing that was posted is a map of Russia and the Beastlands. You guys are currently in the Killing Grounds.
Yeah, Pridwin pulls out the map and he looks around and he points somewhere roughly around the center of the
So,
Killing Grounds.
right about where the K is on Killing Grounds on that map is where the ship graveyard is. I would also I'm gonna need you to add some things onto this map after this session.
Mhm.
We'll add the ship graveyard and Dom Elknosty after this session and update the map. But yeah, so about where the K is, that's where you guys are right now.
You're telling me we came from all the way over by the sea, from the sea to here. I say, pointing at
Indeed.
the map.
Does
What in
Silver
the
or
hell?
Varuna or Brian have something to say about that?
Silva has seen crazy shit, so he's just gonna take it in stride.
You wanna talk about who you might have gotten here?
I'm actually very curious. Do you have any idea how you all wound up inland?
No clue. I woke up
Pirates.
hanging from the tip of a ship, and
I'm-
then fell.
I don't think the DWMA has a Sky Navy.
No, last
they
I
don't.
checked, they
I
didn't.
don't think anybody has a Sky Navy. Lunala says behind you.
I agree with that one.
That's usually the Air Force that does those things, and we are not that. We're not.
We're Navy. We're yo ho bottles of rum.
Can somebody get him to shut up?
First of all,
I
I'm
mean,
pretty
I
sure that's
could.
illegal.
It's
Personally,
not
I'm
illegal if
enjoying
nobody
this company.
reports you. You want me to get rid of the witnesses? The small child says, cracking her knuckles.
I don't
Witnesses.
think we need to do that.
Okay. She pulls another chip out of her hoodie pocket and starts eating it. There we go. Updated map.
There we go.
Okay, so
Gravity.
I don't know what you guys are here for, but well, we completed our mission technically. I feel like we should try to fuck off and get out of Russia.
Good idea.
Somebody agrees with me.
Well,
It seems to be a
That's-
missed fact that this place is more dangerous than people realize, and if you can leave, you need to leave.
it's going to be difficult to get out of the country.
I mean, considering we got teleported from the sea to the middle of a landlocked country, yes. Or not country, but place, yes. Yes, it would be.
Also, we were attacked by a giant monster as we came in.
Yeah.
That is something that I wish you mentioned earlier.
Did I not say
Bermuda
beaver shark?
Triangle.
Yeah, something about a beaver shark. I never saw it.
Just
Right.
imagine a beaver, but like giant. It can eat a shark whole, and has a claw about as tall as I am.
You see the child whisper, like mouth the word beaver shark, and she pulls out a journal out of her pocket and a pencil and starts drawing.
Except I
So
don't think it had the tail of a beaver did.
You do not
You-
remember a beaver tail.
you were attacked by a giant beaver that swam through the sea and wound up thousands of miles away from shore.
In a ship graveyard.
Solon, I want you to roll me a perception check while this conversation's happening.
Hey, you know, usual. What even is it the date? Usual, whatever the hell day it is, activities.
I see.
You kind of lose track of time on the ocean.
Well, currently we are in the center of the Beastlands, which is very bad because, well, there's a plague happening at the moment, and also the Beastlands are called that for a reason.
Right.
Let me guess, there are
Like-
things much worse than beaver sharks here. Such as they're
Yes.
straight at names are complicated. Varuna, sharks with swords, sword sharks.
Do not mention the sword sharks.
Sword sharks.
No.
Also, even if we were able to get back across the border into Russia proper, it would not be much better.
Good to know.
Basically, we just gotta get out and dodge
Stop,
out of
stop.
the hole.
Stop. Something's coming.
Something's. Excuse me.
Solon has been standing off to the edge of the tree with that 1,000-yard stare, looking out over the ship graveyard, and he holds his hand up to all of you.
I'm just not gonna question whatever he's doing because he seems to know what he's doing.
Pridwin's gonna try and follow Solon's where Solon's looking.
Roll a perception check.
Mhm.
Oh boy.
Someone's sort of just like
Ooh.
hovering in an area above Solon.
Yeah, you didn't
Eight-
feel what Solon did because you're hovering.
Yeah. Yeah.
18?
They're just looking around.
You feel it first. You feel the soft rumble that Solon's feeling. He's placed his palm on the branch by his feet. There's a rumble, and then it stops. And then there's another one. And then it stops. Somewhere in the distance, you think you hear the snapping of boards.
Great, there's a giant monster out there.
What the hell's going on?
wanted to-
Liam says from the ground again.
You might want to get up the tree
Oh, good.
quickly.
Alright, we're going up on the trees. Let's do it.
Shall we? Liam says and gestures to the tree. Minerva looks at him and goes, "You just want to stare at my ass while I'm climbing?" He goes, "I mean, it came out of your mouth." And they start climbing the tree. So all of the party
Just
starts heading there.
going up.
Pidge, are you joining?
Yes, she pulls out a trash can lid, and you can probably guess where this is going.
Oh yeah, I know exactly what you're doing.
Is he going? Wait, is Pidge doing a solid snake on us?
Pidge is doing the yeet technique.
Oh no.
She's been working on it for so long. You know what? We got to the point where you got really good at it, right?
Yeah.
So I will make you high or low. Pick. We'll see if it works.
Mm,
50-50 chance.
let's see. We had low last time, so high.
You yeet yourself with perfect precision into the tree. You land on the branch. Very, very, like, almost like a gymnast landing. Katya claps slowly.
You know, honestly, I think that's the most impressive thing I've seen in a while.
Hmm.
What even was that?
stick of C4 on a trash can lid.
Yeah, Pidge here likes to blow things up. A lot.
Awesome.
Shit.
I wonder if Apollyon still has that grenade. And if so,
I
where the
would
hell is it?
also like to add, Solon, that as
Oh.
the explosion happens, all of the rumbling stopped.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
I recommend you climb faster.
Everybody's in the tree right now. Your
Meanwhile-
entire party is in
knows
this
we're
tree.
here.
Meanwhile, Soma's like grabbing Sadie and like flying up to a nearby branch.
Yeah, so you guys are all there.
Uh.
You're at some point on this tree. Not all of you are on like the crux, the bowl area, but all of you are in this tree.
Well, if I
Question,
didn't know we were here, it does now.
Pidge knows
Indeed.
that there's a new person here, right?
Pidge sees 3 people she does not recognize. 4 people she does not recognize. She
He
sees
tosses a grenade to each of them, saying, "Here, have a grenade." Nice to meet
Amani
you, I'm Pidge.
blinks, like taking the grenade, and looks down at it. And then she nods approvingly and pockets it.
Yes.
Without taking his eyes off of where he's looking, Solon's gonna say, "Throw those before you think. They tend to be unpredictable."
I don't know if you've noticed, I don't do a whole lot of the thinking. It's usually
It'll be
you-
fine.
Exactly.
Speaking of thinking,
You and
I
me are
think you
gonna
all
be
should
good
shut up.
friends.
Amani says. She has followed Solon's gaze. The rumbling has started again, but it's not a step and then slow and then another step and slow. It's a rhythmic thud, 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 thud that is getting louder.
Solon's gonna unsheath Xavier.
You unsheathed
Uh,
Xavier.
Can Pidge scan with the scope?
Yes, by all means, roll me a perception check.
Womp womp. 2.
Rip.
It's okay. It's
Soma.
It's not trying to be stealthy, so you're gonna see it anyway with your scope.
Oh my god, I
Give me a
just thought of
second
something
to
really shitty.
post to you what you are seeing.
Can Soma roll perception too?
You can, yes.
Tell me, Solon, what does your extremely traumatized eyes see?
Hold on, did all of you roll?
What?
I mean,
No,
Can
I
I
did.
roll?
He was just. I
No,
think it
there
was
wasn't a
just Pidge and I.
cutoff.
Okay, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
The 8 was my 8 was the initial roll.
So Pidge
Yeah,
is
since
the
I've got
one
it,
who
should've-
is going to see this initially. I'm trying to pull up which one she runs into first. I don't know if this is gonna post, so I'm gonna try it. There you go. This is what you see through the scope. Lumbering rapidly through the ship graveyard.
Can I see?
You roll yes, you will also see it. You don't see it in as much detail as she does,
Yeah.
but you see the same thing. And Solon, did you roll?
I can.
Okay, you did not. So we'll put it just in Soma's room. Okay, so this is what the two of you see. And mind
Oh,
you,
what the fuck?
for
that the-
scaling, this thing is like
Ginormous.
New guy is.
New
would that
guy!
happen to be- Would that happen to be the beaver shark you were talking about?
I have no clue. Let me look.
He's gonna point directly at it.
you
Jesus
follow.
fucking Christ, that thing is big.
You follow their gaze, and at first you thought that it was part of the ship graveyard. You thought that it was just an outline. And then the outline starts to move as this enormous creature comes lumbering forward.
Actually, I think that the other one was a bit smaller.
It opens its
That's
mouth,
terrifying.
and inside of its mouth is another mouth. That mouth opens, and there is a third mouth inside of it. and it opens its mouth and lifts its head, and it turns its head in the air, its nose working.
Whatever that is, I really don't like it, and it should die in a fire.
Yes,
Well-
well, from the looks of it, it's not going to allow you to do that willingly.
No, I don't want to do it. I'd rather stay a million feet away from that thing.
I mean,
Yes.
I can launch a solar ray at it, but I don't think it's gonna do a lot.
Yeah, I believe that staying very far away from it might be the brightest play at the moment.
3 to 4 stories tall. What the fuck?
It wrinkles its nose, and its head suddenly turns in the direction of your tree.
Oh,
Everybody
motherfucker.
should probably be quiet.
It starts walking toward you, and with every step it takes, it's sending jaw-rattling vibrations at this point.
You think we can outrun that?
No.
Probably not.
So what are our options?
Die, fight, or attempt to run, and possibly also die.
I think that perhaps sneaking away and then running would be a good idea.
The
That could
thing
work.
is
Sneaking
50
from that.
yards away.
That is not a
and
lot.
It's,
That is very close.
That is, yeah, very
and
close.
it's 45.
Um,
And it's getting closer and closer.
Someone's gonna grab Sadie and fly away. But he's gonna try to be silent.
You go to grab Sadie, and there's a screech. It's painful, ears splitting. You look up, and soaring in from the sky, you see this thing.
Oh, don't tell me there's another one.
It slams into this
Slam the
creature's
goddamn-
shoulder, its beak biting into the fur and the flesh there as it takes this thing tumbling. The massive creature swats at it with one of its many arms, and they crush a warship with the force of their bodies colliding and tumbling off to the side.
Well, it looks like we have our chance to run. I vote for getting the hell out of Dodge.
You know what?
Time
I
to
think
run.
so. too.
Something tells me that these are the former members of the houses that they were warned us about.
Oh, that's a good. That's a good theory. Right, yeah, let's go. Let's get out of here.
You guys are bailing out of the tree, I assume?
Yes.
So, a bunch of you just start,
That
like,
looks like I
hopping...
fly for a bit, though.
hopping out of the fucking tree. Silva, Veruna's not moving, and she's still, even with the healing, she's still very clammy and pale.
He's just going to pick her up and he's going to take her down the tree.
Okay. Roll me a dex save.
Yep.
Dex check.
Good thing I put all of my points into dexterity. Oh wait, fuck! I don't have Silva's sheet open. 1 sec. There it is. Okay. That is a 27.
Okay, you're good. All of you scramble out of this tree and take off in any direction but those things.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
The sounds of the fight are ear-piercing. Like, think like the old Godzilla movies. Ear-piercing. Like, it's loud. Things are getting crushed. Nobody's happy. And you guys take off. Where are you going?
Away from that thing. Anywhere but there.
Have we stopped to consider
Yeah.
that maybe running in a random direction might just lead us into more trouble? Amani says from the back of the group.
Everyone stay
it's
together.
better than
Can
going
Pridwin-
towards them.
Can Pridwin figure out what direction the castle is in relation to where they are?
I mean, you start looking at the map and you see the basic shape of the Beastlands. But until you find, like, some kind of feature to compare it to, you have no clue where you really are. Pidge really fucked you guys up. I mean, there isn't anything on your map that says ship graveyard.
Yeah, you wouldn't think one of those would be here.
Paige is actually scooping up the leftover pieces of the jet engine.
She's
Of course.
still like picking up pieces while
Check.
everybody's running.
Well, she's scooping up as much as she can, but trying to keep pace.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So the small white-haired girl with perpetual oil and grime on her face is picking up parts as you guys are fleeing.
Pridwin's probably just gonna try and see if there's like a place that they can shelter in, like a ship or something that isn't too badly damaged.
So you are not in the ship graveyard. You guys are running through the forest. You guys had been on the edge of the ship graveyard, and you're currently fleeing from it.
Would a cave work?
A cave would work if you could find one.
Yeah,
And
is
I
there
roll a
anything
perception
that we
check
can
to find
shelter in?
Yeah, go ahead and roll
Yeah.
a perception check.
I also am changing my thing to anything, and also I rolled a 1, so it doesn't even matter.
Oof. Brian, you start looking for something and you trip and land flat on your face.
I got a 13.
Yeah.
You got a 13. You see there's a point off to you guys' like left ahead of you a little bit where the trees start to get really, really thick and intertwined. Pridwin, did you roll?
He is the mute.
He is muted.
I got a 10.
Pridwin, you don't see shit. You're too busy trying not to laugh at the fact that the guy that was running in front of you just ate shit.
Alright,
There's-
I push myself up and I keep fucking dead on sprinting.
Yeah, Monty helps you up and you guys manage to get back with the group.
There's some dense trees over here that we can maybe make some shelter in. Stay together, though. It's the last thing we need is having to find someone in these wilderness.
For yaps.
Yep.
For
Perhaps.
For yaps.
Perhaps.
Perhaps.
Just narrating what I just put up, but Paige is grabbing along with the jet engine vines she finds on the ground and tangling them into the jet engine.
So she's kind of lagging behind you guys a little bit, but she is doing something. So yeah, you guys kind of look around. Katya stops. She kind of thinks and tilts her head, and then she scampers up a tree near to you guys.
Alright.
Do you guys keep running?
Silva. Yeah, Silva just goes
Yeah.
wherever they can find that is safe that everyone goes to.
So where are you
Going
guys
towards
heading?
The thick trees.
Thick trees.
Silva's following. Soma's probably gonna fly and scout for any caves or any sort of shelter.
So you, while you're flying, you see Katya actually like scampering to the top of a tree nearby, and she also is doing the same thing. She is scouting. She is looking for somewhere to go.
And
Okay.
someone's gonna do the same thing.
Solon, you also see in another tree, similarly, who appears to be looking. You guys go ahead and roll me perception checks, all of you.
19. Here, I'll just do group rolls.
Solon.
18.
Got
Okay,
enough perception advantage.
So Soma, you have the best fucking view, and you can see it appears in the far distance to the south of you guys. There are ruins. What look like ruins. You're not really sure. It's kind of hard to tell, but there's some kind of massive building in that direction. Solon, you not having so much air to land scaling, you see there is hills kind of to the southwest of you guys, and if there's going to be a cave, it's probably going to be somewhere in the hills. Katya isn't looking in the direction you guys are. She's looking back. She has a very uncomfortable look on her face.
Who sees that?
Solon, you can see Cat from where you're at, and Soma also can. So both of you can see.
Okay. What's your deal? What do you see?
Katya doesn't really respond to you at first. Her eyes are wide, and she looks kind of scared.
Can I follow her gaze to what she's looking at? Can I see it?
You follow her gaze. You don't see anything apart from the occasional object being thrown in the distance from the fight that's going on in the ship graveyard.
I'm gonna like try to get over to her tree or try and find a better vantage to see what's got her startled.
So you look to find a way to like get to her tree, but they're just not close enough for you to be able to do it. And before you really have the chance to figure it out, she descends rapidly. Like not even climbing down, like she just full on like superhero jumps down. Slams into the ground, small crater forming beneath her.
Someone's gonna follow, and he's going to also call out to everyone saying, "There's ruins up that way."
You all hear this, and you see the flying man with the black wings pointing to the south. What do you guys do?
I change directions and I head south towards the ruins.
Okay. You guys, are the rest of you following?
Yes, where the ruins.
Pridwin's gonna make sure that Cat's also with us because he does not want the party to get split up.
Someone's gonna follow Cat.
Pridwin is doing the, Pridwin's being the dad of the group, and you all start running towards the ruins. Soma, Cat is not following you.
Yeah, he's following her.
Cat has made a slight detour back in the direction that you have come from.
Mm-hmm. He's going to call to her. He says, "Cat, what is it? What are you looking for?"
She doesn't say anything. She's like a hound on a scent. She is going somewhere.
Pridwin, mark this on your map. This seems important.
Pridwin, you hear Soma say this and you realize that Cat's going in the opposite direction of your group.
Pridwin's gonna call to everybody else and point to Cat.
When you
try to get everybody's attention.
say that, you hear Katya through your you guys have dual resonance. You hear her through your interlink. Just go on.
Mhm.
I'll be there in a second.
You shouldn't run off on your own.
I've been on my own for a long time, Pridwin. You hear there's an edge to that sentence that has an essence to it that doesn't sound like Katya.
Katya,
as someone's
when
flying,
we run off on our own, we get hurt.
Leave, you hear very clearly, and I will follow.
Great.
someone's gonna, as he's flying, can he look at Katya's eyes?
Uh-huh.
What are they?
They're purple.
Oh, it's Narcissa.
Yeah, I thought so. Pridwin's going to turn around and run back to the rest of the group.
You guys
Better
keep
not
running.
get her hurt. And someone's going to fly back to Pridwin.
Once Pidge is satisfied with the amount of vines that she believes are long enough,
Mhm.
she triggers the engine and just sprints out of there.
So you start sprinting out of there trying to catch up with the rest of the group, and you almost barrel face first into Katya.
Mm.
She ignores you and keeps running. Not in the direction of your trap, but kind of off to the right a little bit.
The experience I have with these people, I'm going like, catch up when you can, and
Yep.
just continue running.
Yeah, someone's gonna follow back towards the main group.
I will add, Brian, that you kind of noticed over your shoulder the 9-year-old of the party is no longer with the party.
What happened to the little monkey child?
Long story. We'll get to that when we trust you better.
Yeah, okay.
She will
yeah.
be fine.
Well, I
Worst
mean,
comes
with
to-
those two things fighting over there, yeah, I would hope so. And I don't know.
It's okay. She knows how to fight. I watched her take down an entire round of. Never mind. Let's go.
Pridwin takes notice of this comment.
What?
So you guys keep running. As you guys are progressing into the thicker intertwined trees, you feel something. There's this kind of sense of foreboding. It seems to be getting stronger the further south you go.
You know, I had a feeling somewhat similar to this before y'all showed up, so it can't be that bad, right?
This isn't on the level that you felt earlier, but you still kind of feel that. It's still kind of there.
Foreboding means you're going in the right direction. Keep running.
I like his thinking.
Great.
As you guys are running, you do notice, off to your right, there is a segment of, like, rocks that build up, kind of like, I'm trying to think of, like, an example. You know, in, like, pine forest, you suddenly have, like, huge sections of rock that form, like, mini cavern systems that go down into the
Yeah.
earth. That's kind of what you're
Mhm.
seeing. There are sections of those throughout these thick intertwined trees, and one of them, there appears to be a surface on it. Do you guys want to keep running south, or do you want to detour and hide?
Detour and
I
hide.
think hiding would be a good idea.
I agree with them. Hiding probably is the better of the ideas.
So that there isn't too much of a distance between us and Cat.
So y'all
Uh,
barrel towards the caves.
Silva yelling at Pridwin. He says, "You're the healer, right? Can you please help me with my sister?"
Yes.
While you did heal her, she still doesn't look good. Like, we're talking about, like, a mortal wound. Like,
Yeah. It's going to take time for the severe injuries to seal up, but I managed to keep her from dying.
Thank you.
Here, I can tend to her to make sure that everything's alright.
so you guys are heading into the cave?
Yup.
Who's in the
Becoming
front right now?
cavemen.
I don't know who's the fastest.
I think I am.
Solid, probably. Solid, roll me a perception check.
All right. I'm always the one.
Please tell me we're not walking into a fucking monster cave.
We're about to find out.
That would be our luck, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Oh, that laugh
Tell you,
tells
but then I'd be lying.
exactly we're running into a monster cave there.
I've heard that laugh a million times.
Pridwin will roll a... Oh, hey!
Yeah, roll a
He
perception
rolled-
check too to
Well,
The
he's the
15.
only one, so just being the first one.
Hmm.
I
He rolled an 8. It's awfully quiet.
I'm gonna stop running and kind of hold. Okay, hold on. I'm getting more information from the gods.
Oh boy.
It was not helpful information.
Yeah, he would say that. He would say that, fucker.
What's going on?
Solon and Xavier are having a conversation.
God.
What? Don't tell me.
Yeah, Solon
gonna
just stopped in the mouth of the cave.
Stop running. I'm holding out. Like, I still have his Xavier unsheathed. I'm gonna hold his blade out, like not sharp side forward, but like flat edge, to kind of stop everyone else.
What is it?
Who's next? Do they even stop? I guess they need to make that
So
decision.
you were like a ways in front. I would say the next one is probably, probably Brian and Amani.
Alright, I'm gonna roll a perception check to look into the cave since Solon's stopping.
You look into the cave. Roll.
I'm gonna tell you to listen, so
Okay, look
you're
and
at least aware of something.
look and listen into the cave. Check for any noises or anything. 18.
Okay.
I should really type this in group roll, shouldn't I?
You could, if you want.
Oh, hold on. I'm receiving messages from
information.
people.
Yeah. and
Hang on. So
information
what are
from
we?
those.
What are we rolling?
You're not rolling
Perception.
anything. These are the only two people that are
Okay.
close enough to do anything.
Yeah, these are the cave people.
Great. The cave people.
I like to imagine that as Solon stops and Soma's following him, he's still getting used to having wings, so he just sort of like loses balance and then skids across the floor. Face first.
Just fucking slams into the floor.
It's like, what the hell, dude?
Yeah, Soma crash lands behind you. You see Brian, Imani, and Solon standing there at the mouth of the cave.
Do you guys hear anything?
The only thing I hear is the bugs that probably crawled into my ears.
Gross, Soma, Sadie says.
Fun. Okay. Anyways, can't you just fire them out of your ear?
Excuse me?
Nothing.
Nothing.
I said nothing.
So yeah, Solon, you and Brian and Imani are standing there at the mouth of the cave. What you gonna do?
I feel like we should proceed with caution.
You hear this.
Uh-huh. So we are going to go inside of a monster cave, or is there no monster in the monster cave?
I think that is yet to be determined.
I don't like those odds.
It's one of life's great mysteries.
If you need me to go in first so that I can get mauled,
Pridwin, your sacrifice will be legendary.
You will
I-
forever be missed.
I would rather not die, but considering I'm probably the hardest to kill out of everyone,
Lunala sighs and holds out her hand.
Pridwin will take her hand.
Brian, you watch as the heavily armored man in front of you transforms into a shield with
That is not what I was expecting.
spikes and a glove, a gauntlet style that actually fits onto the blue-skinned, white-haired girl's hand.
Can I activate Vigilant? Is that a thing I can do out of combat?
Let me double check.
I feel like I didn't get all
Reading
you
the
can-
quote, I would
yes.
say maybe.
I will allow you to activate Vigilant at the moment.
Okay.
So just keep that in mind. And take it from your AP.
What is it? A 5?
Pridwin, you and
Mhm.
Lunala start walking forward into the darkness of the cave.
3.
Roll me a perception
Has
check.
Pidge caught up with the group?
Alright.
Yes, Pidge, you're finally catching up. Everybody's kind of huddled around the mouth of the cave.
Pridwin
Pidge
is
isn't really
also.
paying attention to anyone, so she barrels into them.
She like crashes into fucking Silva.
Pridwin's generating light from the shield as well.
You see a soft, kind of amber glow surrounding the blue-skinned girl, Brian, as she disappears into the cave in front of you.
And I rolled a 17 on perception.
Okay.
Yeah. Immediately Pridwin's going to recommend that we fucking leave.
So, like, maybe 5-6 feet into the cave, Lunala stops. And then you hear Pridwin say this through y'all's inner link.
There's, I think, probably snakes in here. Or something worse.
Oh, thank God! I was afraid it was a bipedal shark with swords.
It could be a bipedal snake with swords.
I do not like
Land
the sound.
shark with swords.
A land
They need
shark.
this cave, Pridwin. They need a break, and that girl's not going to make it if we don't do something. Let's just see
Did you
what
guys
it is.
forget? There are ruins a little bit to the what is that?
When I say a little bit,
Northish?
I'm talking miles. Like a good, it's gonna
Ah.
take you a day or two to get there.
It's
not
it's
entirely.
visible from a good vantage point, but it is still very far away.
That's just proof of how
Okay.
fucking big it is.
Awesome. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
Pridwin, do you think we can maybe murder all of the snakes and have snake soup?
I do not think whatever we kill is going to be edible, but I do
You
think that if
never
we
know
can
until
clear
you try.
if we can clear it out, that would be ideal. Because
Lunala
I'm
starts
probably
walking forward again as you're saying this.
Well then,
Yeah.
unga bunga.
Pridwin's actually going to ready. He's going to activate Voltaic Cloak just immediately in case anything tries to jump him.
You, so
We
you're
also
watching.
have the grenades.
The darkness in front of you, Brian, kind of lights up with this bluish electricity.
Ah,
There's this faint blue glow that overtakes the amber one. Fredwin, you were the only one who sees this.
Mm-hmm.
You enter a large cavern. There are crystal segments hanging on the walls. Hints of the sunlight are coming in, bouncing off of the crystals, making it beautiful. And you look around. There's a pool of what looks like fresh water dripping down from the ceiling, forming off to one side. And then from around one of the crystals, you see something slithering forward. You think it's slithering, it's low to the ground, and it has a kind of snake-like appearance to you. It stops after emerging only a little bit.
Are you intelligent?
The head snaps in your direction. A low hiss begins to emit from its mouth, and it comes forward. And then you realize it's not on the ground. It's low to the ground because the head starts to rise up higher and higher, and it steps into a ray of sunlight, and you see that it's not scales, it's feathers.
No,
do you?
you are not. That is a goose.
A goose?
Oh, what now?
The head has risen to about 12 feet in height. The orange beak stands out and it opens, and another loud hiss emits from its mouth. It stretches its wings wide, and you see sharp points at the top, at the front of the wings. The feet aren't webbed, but they're clawed. And the tail
Neat.
has a mass of spikes at the end of it where the feathers turn into something sharp, you can tell, because as it swings its tail, it crashes into a crystal and shatters it. Outside, you all hear the crash, but nothing else.
Pridwin's gonna call out through the link. We've got a giant bird monster.
Ah,
I'm
I've
gonna
had
need
enough of
help.
those. I've had enough of the giant bird monsters. Okay, let's handle this one.
Alright, let's get this show on the way.
All of you run
Before,
in. I'm going to need you to roll initiative.
All right.
Mhm.
Before going into the cave, Pidge is going to
5.
drop
I don't
a
know what
glitter
initiative
snake
does.
Okay.
onto the side of the cave wall, looking out at the area outside of the mouth of the cave.
Gotcha. For my own sanity's sake, Dylan, I'm going to say that Silva is protecting his sister and is not going to fight.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, everybody shoot me your rolls.
Damn, Pidge.
Let's see.
So wait, since it's a bird monster, would it take more damage from, like, say, a thunder attack?
That's a good
Weak
question.
bones, hollow bones.
Hollow
Depending on
bone!
Fly.
Sounds like thunder to me!
What is this, Pokemon?
Don't worry
Yes.
about
Flying types weak to lightning?
it. Don't worry about
I
it.
mean, if you see a bird get struck by lightning, what's it gonna do? Fall?
I accidentally typed
sir.
198. That's not what the initiative roll was.
Oh? Oh?
Don't worry about it.
198?
Fucking
Goddamn.
98.
The 198 initiative roll. Jesus. That's like the 99
okay.
skill check in
And
Baldur's Gate 3.
it's here.
Yeah, that
sort.
sounds like my initiative roll in my Baldur's Gate.
Okay, so Pidge, you're up.
Alright. Oh. How many things do I have prepared, or am I running on?
So you had told me
Non-prepared.
originally when you were at the castle that you were working on building your supply back up. So I would say you have your normal supply that you carry, plus you probably have what would you have focused on building, knowing where you were going? I'm assuming like a Sir.
A Sir would be good. I was also thinking anything that could prevent large numbers from attacking, so Mrs. Meow Meow.
Probably, yeah. I would say in
Um,
all of the time that you spent working at the castle, you've developed 2 of each.
Okay.
Does that seem fair?
Let's
You
actually
have-
see real quick.
You have a
Uh,
Jawbones. You
Okay,
definitely have a Mr. Snugglesworth.
Yeah,
Your smoke bombs are
Sorry.
resupplied.
yeah. Okay, so 1, 13, plus, so 19 with the glitter snake.
Mhm.
Plus, so 23 with Mr. Snugglesworth. 26 with the smoke bombs. 27 with the 3-day of candy. And let's say 31 with the 2 shots. Leaving me with an eagle eye, I believe.
I just read your note in your item. Sorry. Significantly less than 100 score. Oh my god. I wasn't ready for that. Okay. Yeah, that sounds fair.
Okay, yeah. So I'm going to use an eagle eye.
Okay.
And mark the bird.
Yeah, so you guys all have run into this cave and you come upon Lunala bearing Pridwin in front of her, and in front of them is this massive. At first you think maybe it's a goose, but as you take a closer look at it, you notice the features At least Solon does. You spent time in your castle, Solon. You know what a swan looks like.
Sure did. Oh boy.
Ah, even bigger cobra chicken.
It is... You've never liked swans. You think they're very rude and aggressive, and this one is proving your point. It is angry. So you have used Eagle Eye. So now you can... Oh, everybody is resonating, by the way. So that means everybody receives a ping for the target's location, and you can temporarily see the outline. So all of you now see how big this thing is.
Oh, fun.
And it is going to be Soma's turn.
All right. See, I have Sadie now, so I can actually do things.
Uh-huh.
Let's see. What shall I start with today? One sec. Fuck it. I'm gonna start with an appetizer.
I will
let's
also
do-
say Pridwin and Solon, you two are next, so figure out what you guys are going to do while he's doing his.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I think I know what I'm gonna do.
Where the hell is Flaming Slash? Did Flaming Slash get deleted? Yeah, whatever.
I don't know, did you delete it? I haven't messed
it
with
might
your
have been
sheet.
I don't remember messing with my sheet in ages. Alright, that's fine. I'll go with Ember. Then I'll just coat my blade.
Okay. And that adds, I'm sure you've got your damage pulled up.
Yeah. So I'll roll the 1d4. Ooh, that's 4 max. Alright, cool.
Okay.
And then I'll take away. There we go. Alright. And that'll be his turn. Also, he hasn't seen.
So how much
Soma's
damage was it total?
weapon
Sorry.
before. Oh, right. He adds 29 damage.
29. Okay. Pridwin, you're up.
All right, so the pool of water. Is the goose or
It's
yeah,
not
the
in it.
swan? Okay, it's not in it. Is it close to it?
It is maybe like 30, 40 feet from it. It's a big ass cavern.
All right. I think Pridwin and Lunala are going to. How deep is the pool?
You're not sure. It's
Hmm.
dark over there. You can
All
just
right.
kind of see the edge of it.
Pridwin's probably gonna move to the opposite side of it from the swan,
Okay.
and then use. Is anyone like in melee with this creature?
No, you're in the front.
Okay. Hang on, I'm trying to see. What I want to do. I think. Yeah, this is usually what Pridwin does. He's gonna do Coral Construct.
Oh god. Okay. Roll for summon.
Yep. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 1d6. Let's see who it is. 3.
Oh.
Oh shit!
Oh.
Mom's here.
Oh boy. So Brian, you're the only one that hasn't seen this, I think. Well, besides Silva, but you know, Dylan's seen this. From the ground in front of the blue-skinned girl, the ground kind of tears itself open, and this burst of what looks to you, I mean, you've been on the ocean most of your life. You know what coral looks like. Coral has begun growing up through that burst in the ground, and then the coral starts to move as it takes this humanoid shape.
You know, in all my years on the sea, I've never seen something like that.
Yeah. Also, Aegis is also in the art if you want to see her. She's back a little ways.
And and she is going to match your initiative, so she goes right after you.
And so that's Pridwin's
It's your
turn.
turn. Go ahead and do what Aegis is gonna do.
So Aegis is let's see. Alright, yeah. She's gonna move in and go for a bone crusher attack.
Okay.
In nat 20s.
Jesus fuck. Well, you're gonna hit.
Go
ahead and roll damage.
Alright. 13 points of damage, doubled to 26.
Okay.
And the bird is now crippled, so it cannot move during its next turn. It cannot, like, its movement 0 on its next turn.
This thing looks at her like dumbfounded. Like, the fucking audacity of this weird rock to punch me with a mace.
Yeah, this coral woman, like, pulls out this mace covered in, like, angelic wings and just fucking slams it into this thing's leg. And there's just this sickening crunch.
Uh-huh.
And that's gonna be her turn.
Yep. So, now it is Solon.
Alright. Let's see. Already got Vigilant running, so... I think I'm gonna hit it with Shatter.
Okay.
Yeah. Shatter, so I gotta roll the hit first.
Indeed.
19.
You gonna hit? Roll damage.
It's 1d12 and a d10. 11.
So you rolled 11 for your 1d12.
Yep. And I'm rolling a 10 right now.
I forgot how fucking good Shatter was.
Yeah, it's real good. I mean, you almost have to open up with it. 8.
Huh! Oh my fucking god, I forgot how fucking good this move was! Oh my lord! Okay, so, yeah, you guys watch as he thrusts this sword spear into the bird's side, and then, without warning, it shatters into a bunch of pieces. He pulls the blade itself has shattered, but he pulls the spear part back out. And you guys notice that it reforms as he pulls it back out, but there are still burning pieces of it left into the target's skin, and they are disappearing beneath the feathers. And it does fucking... You rolled how much for the damage?
So it was 11 and then 8. So it's 8 per...
So it deals 88 damage.
88 damage per turn.
Yep.
Jesus Christ.
Per turn.
Crap.
88 damage per turn until they're removed. And it's a swan, so he's not going to remove them.
That's for all the years I've been terrorized.
It's okay. I don't mind. I wasn't planning on this thing to murder you. And it is Liam and Minerva's turn. So what's going to happen is I'm going to do a funny. Because you gave me abilities. So, you watch as Liam is actually holding Minerva's dagger form. And honestly, you've never seen Liam use any of her abilities before, which is weird to you. When he summons a Hydroblast and slams this thing with enough force to yeet it into the pond. Like, he sends the swan just straight into the pond. And it sinks beneath the surface because it's immobilized. And he also deals... Well, he didn't do very much damage. He only did 4 damage.
Damn.
I mean, the important thing was that he yeeted it. That was the initial goal. And now it's the Swan's turn. So,
I'm glad this sheet is being used. Me and Liam have been brainstorming it for like the last week.
the Swan is fucking underwater. The Swan can't do anything. This is upsetting to me. Brian, it's your turn.
Well, I had an idea of what I was gonna do, and I don't fucking know. Shit.
Pridwin has an idea of what he's gonna
Pridwin
do.
knows exactly what he's gonna do.
If you want an idea, Brian, I can give you one.
Just, yeah, there's
Sure,
something
yeah.
you could
Give me
do
an
that would
idea.
pretty much end this fight on the next couple of turns.
Yeah, if DM's okay with it, I can give him an idea.
I
Give
will
me an
allow
idea.
you to suggest to him this time, just since it's his first
Yeah.
combat.
Yeah, that's fair. So you've just seen Soma's sword burst into flames, and I'm assuming Pridwin has also used lightning. Do
Yes.
with that what you will.
Yep.
Do with that what I will. Okay.
Yeah,
Um,
currently Pridwin's shield looks like a fucking Tesla coil.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. And Soma's looks like a lightsaber.
I'm gonna use assist on Pridwin, and no, yeah, he's the fire one. No.
Nope,
No,
Soma's
so-
the fire
so-
one, Pridwin's the
Yep,
electric
I'm
one.
the fire one. Okay. Then I'm gonna use Indra's Ire and boost electric-based moves by 2 times.
Okay.
Alright, Pridwin.
So go ahead
Ooh.
and subtract the AP cost from your AP at the top of your page. Like I said, you'll want to do like parentheses or something so you don't lose your active totals,
Mhm.
like your
Yeah,
base totals.
If you want, I can type in like the current amount section on his sheet if you want.
Yeah, you can add that to the top line if that makes it easier for you to keep track.
Yeah, here. It would be 57, right? Okay.
Yeah, so he's 57, and then you're gonna subtract however much assist costs, which is 4, I think.
Mhm.
Yeah, so subtract 4 from that.
Okay.
So it'll be 53.
Yeah.
You'll want to type in your current HP too as well.
Okay.
Okay, so you have used Indra's Ire, and that is going to bring it back to Pidge.
Oh, whoops. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Added an extra 0. There we go.
Paige, seeing how effective everyone else is on hitting this thing, realizes she might need to pace herself and will just shoot.
Okay. I mean, this thing is under the water, I will remind you.
Hmm. Can I still hit it?
I will let you try since you can see the outline, thanks to the ability that was activated.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, it's supposed to roll a d6 for the amount of turns it lasts. It lasts 5 turns.
Okay, got it. So you've got ×2 electricity for 5 turns.
Okay. So I'm gonna try and shoot it.
Go ahead, roll to hit.
17 to hit.
Yep, you're gonna hit. Roll damage.
That's roll a d20, correct?
Yeah, it's your base attack is going to be your d20 plus your, I think it's either strength or d20 plus either
They're
strength or
equal.
dex.
They're equal, so 19 plus 15. 34?
Okay. 34 plus 4. Figuring my totals, don't mind me. 6 is 152. Okay. And it is now Soma's turn. Soma the thing is
Right.
still under the water.
Yes. One moment. Okay, so he's just going to go for a nice old basic attack. One second, I need to add something real quick.
Would you be entering the water to do that?
If
I
you
would
want to
hope
basic
not.
attack it, yes.
Pridwin will say, I recommend everybody stay out of the water.
All right. In that case, can I do a basic attack with his chain, if I can reach?
It will not reach that far into the water,
Okay.
knowing the length of your chain.
In that case, I'll find a better idea. I will do look for a ranged attack of mine.
I mean, if you could get in and get back out, that would work.
Hold on. I have an idea. Where is it? Do I have enough for that? Hold on. Let me see if I have enough for this. Oh, okay. I can do this. I'm gonna throw a pyro ball.
Into the water.
I was gonna throw it at the goose.
The goose is under the water.
He's underwater.
He's under the water. He got yeeted into the pool of water, and he couldn't move, so he's still under the water.
All right, so my flame damage bonus is basically useless now. So in that
A
case,
moment, yes.
yeah. So I kind of wasted AP on that. All right, so in that case, he will. Where is it? Where is it? Hold on. I have a fuckload of abilities.
Literal fuck ton.
Yeah. Okay. In that case, I will do. Damn. The fuck am I gonna
Yeah?
do? Hold on. They kind of just screwed over my whole strategy.
Whoops.
It's all good. It's all good. I'll find some way. God damn it. All right. I guess I'll go with smaller ability. There's no stat requirements for hail armament for some reason.
Is it the one that you picked that has no stat requirements?
No, that was
Because
ice
we got-
skating. Yeah. But it is the first level of hail armament is proficient, so I would assume that I could probably do it. If DM has no objections.
I don't object.
Okay. So yeah, he's gonna do hail armaments. He's going to create a ice grenade, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Roll to hit.
Oh shit! Wait, hold on. Let me consider this for a moment. How close is everyone to the goose?
I mean, nobody's in the pool of water. The
Yeah,
goose
nobody's
is
in
a
the
ways
pool.
away.
Pridwin's like on the edge of the pool.
About how many feet would you say are you away from this goose?
That's a good question. How deep is the goose in the water?
He's at least like 15, 20 feet down.
He's 20 feet down.
If it looks like it goes deeper than that, then if you're gonna use an AOE, then you can probably just drop it below the goose.
I'll drop. He's gonna try to throw it below the goose, because it's instant damage for this thing. So I wanted to. Okay, yeah. So he's going to toss this ice grenade. The initial detonation deals this 2d20 damage, and anyone in the vicinity within 25 feet must make a Dex or Speed saving throw, or be hit. So. All right.
Oh yeah, so if it goes below the goose, it should like just be perfect.
If I can manage that.
Roll to hit.
All right. No, whoops. There we go. That is a 17.
You're gonna hit. Roll damage.
Mm-hmm. All right. That is 15 damage. And then the goose needs to make a dex or speed saving throw.
Well, he's at disadvantage, so Oh!
Is that
He
a natural
critted.
20?
He critted.
Oh, holy shit.
He critted with
Alright.
your
But he
dice.
But
Holy
he has
fucking hell.
disadvantage, right?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. He has to take the lower roll.
Shit, you're right.
Yeah.
That's an 18.
All right. Whew. He still dodges it, but you know what? At least it wasn't a crit.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're fucking right.
All right. Well, at least you took the 15 damage, so I'll
Yeah,
take what I
he
can
did,
get.
and
All right.
that moves it to Pridwin.
All right, pretty well.
And
We all know how this is about
Yep.
to fucking go.
Pridwin's gonna dive into the water,
Uh-huh.
and he has Voltaic Cloak active.
Uh-huh.
So immediately the water begins lighting up like a Christmas tree.
Mm-hmm. So how much damage is Voltaic gonna do in the water with your
It's-
bonuses?
Yeah, it's 1d12 every single time that it activates. But that's doubled because of fucking Brian's gift. So that's gonna be 12 damage, and that's just passively.
Okay.
Pridwin is then going to follow that up with just a standard. Oh, hang on. I need to find the ability. Here we go. He'll do. Hang on. Honestly, probably just a basic melee attack.
Okay. Roll to hit.
19.
You're gonna hit. He rolled a nat 1.
Oh my god.
This thing is getting fucked up.
Suffering. Let's see. Pridwin's combined strength is 26, so that's gonna be 37 points of damage.
37. This thing is not having a good time. It's Aegis' turn.
Aegis is also going to dive into the water
Under the sea.
and go for a good old-fashioned brain buck.
Okay.
Oh,
Roll to hit
Uh,
again.
that was a 4.
Well, he rolled a 2, so.
Wow. Okay. Suffering 11 more points of bonking damage,
my
and
Holy
once
shit.
again, its movement is reduced to 0 on its turn.
This goose is getting bullied.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're at this number right now. Okay. And it is going to be Solon's turn. Solon.
All right, so bully the goose.
Bully the goose! This is literally like the fucking the first time Douglas ever used his razor leaf ability.
I'm gonna use Saw Blade.
I bullied the fuck out of that thing too.
This goose is like hemorrhaging at this point.
Goose
has been
is
electrocuted.
not
It is-
having a good time.
It's
The
been
water's just
electrocuted.
turned
It's on
to-
fire. It is
The water's
hemorrhaging
just-
from every hole.
Wait, hold
The
on.
pool is just fucking like full of chunks of ice, and it's rapidly turning red.
Yeah.
Could I argue that since it is in water and there was an ice explosion at its feet, would it be frozen to the floor temporarily?
It wasn't on the floor, so like it wouldn't be attached to it.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm
okay.
hitting that though.
I mean, he's staying in the water if it's any consolation, but yeah.
Yeah.
At the
Yeah,
moment.
yeah, he's not
Just
getting
curious.
out anytime soon.
He's not moving no time
But
soon.
he is going to actually do things on his turn, I will warn you, so.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh no.
He is welcome to try.
He's welcome.
Welcome to try. So, Solon, what are you doing?
Saw Blade.
Okay, roll. 2 hit. It's
Is
rolling
that-
so bad.
Oh, I hit a 20.
Oh, my
god!
Good lord!
Roll
The
double
poor
damage,
dude.
boy!
The poor
Y'all
dude.
walked into this man's house. You walked
Three.
into his house and you started beating the fuck out of him.
He traumatized me as a child.
He didn't do anything.
His kind is evil.
I agree. I do not like the Cobra Chicken.
8. What is that? 7? 7. And 3.
Kill the goose.
8, 7, and 3.
Kill it dead.
Yeah. Then a D10. That landed on a weird angle. 7.
So, what was your total damage?
8, 7, and 3, so 18.
So 18 initial damage, and then he does
An
how many per
additional
turn?
7 per turn. So
7 per turn. All
he
right.
does 100 bleed damage per turn now.
Yep. You right. you
Yeah.
fucking right. This poor thing. I'm sad. Okay. All right. It's Liam and Minerva's turn. Fucking Jesus. What are they gonna do? You know what? They are not gonna do anything.
Oh,
Minerva feels
gonna-
bad for the goose. This one.
Oh, fuck. Dude, fuck it.
Minerva's
The
like,
swoosh.
you know what? I don't feel good about this.
Well, you know what? It shouldn't have tried to honk at us.
you know what?
It didn't even
If
honk at
someone's-
you! It warned
someone's just
you
gonna-
that it was there!
It's
It
Potato
was
potato.
hostile! It was a giant monster!
Listen,
Potato,
man,
potato.
we went to school to slaughter giant monsters indiscriminately.
You did.
Mostly discriminately.
You
Actually,
did.
very discriminately.
Very discriminately.
Halfway discriminately.
Kind of racially motivated, however.
Liam and Minerva are actually going to back up and get in front of Silva and Varuna to keep protecting them in case anything happens. And it is now the Swan's turn. So, you all are standing there. For those of you in the water, you hear something coming from the depths of the pool.
Mhm.
It's a strange note. A weird vibrating sound that moves through you.
Oh god, it's gonna honk.
Oh no.
And then, sure enough, it lets out this song.
Oh no, it's singing. Stop it. Kill it now.
Oh god,
And
no,
as
stop
it
shut up. What happened to the
does-
giant goblet?
The cavern begins to vibrate with the resonance, and the crystals along the walls and the ceilings begin to break loose.
Uh-oh.
I need all of you that are not in the pool to roll a dodge. We will start with Soma.
That is a 14.
You are going to get hit.
Alright.
Solon.
Let's see. 19.
You barely managed to dodge.
Damn, that was
Oh, I
high.
guess I had advantage there, but I'll take a 19.
Liam is going to get hit. Brian, roll a dodge.
16.
Liam's wielding Minerva, right?
You are going to get hit. Yes.
Minerva can
damage
do
does that
uncanny
do?
dodge.
Oh yeah.
Can't she do uncanny dodge?
Yeah. It won't completely prevent the damage, but it'll reduce it.
Look at her fucking... I'm on her page, okay. Where the fuck is uncanny dodge? Okay, so all of you that got hit are going to take... 29 points of damage. And
Ouch.
Oh, goddamn,
Minerva-
holy shit.
Ow, damn.
That's heavy stuff.
They're sharp crystals.
Yeah.
And this is like penetrating damage. Like these crystals stick into you when they hit and kind of shatter. Not gonna be fun to deal with getting all those pieces out of your skin later.
I'm
Yeah,
not
it's
a
not gonna be
fan
fun.
of being penetrated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just scratched my blade a lot, but still, I don't like being scratched.
And they
Never
took
thought I'd see
half
my friends
damage.
get penetrated by a goose.
I know, right? Neither did I.
Shut the fuck up.
Now this just got even more racially motivated. Let's murder this guy.
Oh yeah, I agree. All right, so the goose is above land, right? Oh, wait, is it my turn? or
No, it is
not
still
good?
underwater. And that is not the
Oh,
only thing it
it
is
is.
going to do. So those of you in
I'm
the
gonna
water,
shove
that's
my
going
foot up
to
this
be
goose's ass.
Lunala and Pridwin and Aegis. You guys are the only ones in the water, right?
Yeah.
You notice there's movement from where the goose has been in the darkness. And all of a sudden there are objects are flying at you. I need to roll a d12. 8. Roll to dodge. For you and Aegis.
Oh, both me and Aegis.
Yeah, no, there are a lot of things flying in your direction right now.
Aegis rolled a 3, I rolled a 19. Also, this is an attack, right?
Yes.
That activates Aegis' passive.
Isn't her passive melee based?
It's as long as the enemy is making an attack in melee range,
It is not a melee attack.
but it's in melee range. Hang on, let me grab.
I'm on the wrong page again.
Don't worry, I keep.
Enemy in melee range of Aegis attacks anyone other than her. She can, but it's also attacking her. So I feel
True.
like that would override this because she is getting attacked at the same time. Like it's an AOE. I don't
Fair
think you
enough.
can utilize Wing Sentinel if it's an AOE. You know what I mean?
Has to
Yeah,
be
fair
targeted.
enough.
It's hitting
Targeted
everything
attack.
in front of it.
Yeah,
So
okay,
you
yeah,
rolled
so-
what?
19 and Aegis rolled a 3.
Matched with you.
So
roll
reroll.
again, real quick for me.
17.
Okay, so you're only going to take about half of these. Let's see how much fucking damage they do. So, oh, this is gonna hurt a lot.
Mm-hmm.
That can't be right, hold on. So there are these, and they do this per. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, that can't be right. Hold the fuck on. Where did my D12 go?
What have you done?
Is the goose goosing?
The goose is.
The goose
in
is
fact
goosing.
goosing.
Oh god.
No way.
I
is
guess
it
you
goosing
could say
around.
my goose is cooked.
Okay, so
Goosing around.
he rolled the max on this, and then he rolled how fucking much?
I thought you said this thing wasn't designed to kill us.
It wasn't. Aegis is gonna take
Pridwin
132 points of
die?
damage as she takes the
God.
first attack.
What?
Damn!
Pardon my French, but what in the
Excuse me?
salami?
He
That's a
rolled
good
max! He rolled max! Y'all have been beating his ass!
Holy shit, it is a
No.
good thing that coral constructs are
He
made to take
maxed
that
on the
damage.
12 for how many feathers, how many sharp feathers he threw at you. And then he rolled an 11 for the damage of each feather. So that's 132 points to Aegis, and then it would also be 132 points to Lunala, but that's halved for you. So,
Wouldn't it be to Pridwin? Can't Pridwin take that hit?
yeah, so, I mean, to the both of you, your
Yeah.
team. So, you take 66 damage between the two of you.
Hmm.
Oh,
And
wait,
I will say you're taking some of that damage, but there are still feathers that go, like, into Lunala. You can only dodge
I'm-
so much underwater.
I'm gonna use shield you from the darkness to take the rest of that.
Can you do that not on your turn?
It's a reaction.
Is it?
I never put it. We never added it to his sheet, but it is. Yeah, if an ally within 5 feet, including your Meister, is struck, you can take the hit instead, also reducing the incoming damage by half. So I would take 33.
Alright, all out.
That's gonna be 5.
He just got fucked up though.
Yeah, Pridwin also got fucked up, but he's doing okay.
33 isn't that bad for Prid, to be fair.
Yeah.
Again though,
On top
you
of
do...
66, it hurts.
There are some sharp feathers embedded in both Lunala and you in various places.
Yeah.
Okay, so that brings it to Brian.
Alright, so it's
Goose
still,
still
below...
underwater. You have just been hit by a sharp-ass crystal, and it does not feel good. But most of it damaged Imani.
Hey.
Hey,
How much damage did,
You said
you're-
it did...
You're in prison right now. You're
Are you-
being a fucking demon.
God. Hang on, what were you saying?
How much damage did the crystals do? Did I tell you guys the crystals did?
Yeah. I think you
Yeah.
said it was like 20...
29.
Did you subtract that
29.
from your health?
Yeah. It's still 191.
Okay. Who did you subtract that from, you or Imani?
Amani.
Okay, so Imani took the hit.
Damn, he really letting the girl take the hit.
He really letting the girl take the hit. He really letting his
Damn.
Meister
So,
take
I
the
mean-
hit.
No chivalry
Is
whatsoever.
it gonna hit the sword or the person holding the sword? Which one makes more logical sense?
Soma committed a capital offense, and even he was willing.
Logic doesn't apply here.
Logic doesn't apply
Oh,
here.
logic doesn't apply here. Oh, okay, then I'll just...
No, it's fine.
Trust
Imani's
me.
taking the damage.
Trust
Okay,
me.
what's your
I
move?
tried logic with my last character, and he went crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, trying to be
Oh,
logical
God.
in this campaign is only gonna lead to utter insanity.
Huh?
Yeah.
Random-
don't
Random
know.
expeditions to Mayan temples to find your parents. That's what that leads to.
Oh yeah, that's like the basis of a fucking Lovecraft story. You're going to lose your shit.
Yeah, no spoilers.
That's where we're going.
Woohoo!
No spoilers, but Soma ended up
I-
committing a capital offense. So yeah, this
Yeah,
is
How is
Yeah,
that a
quite
he
spoiler?
also-
We do
me.
that.
He also went a little silly.
yeah, a little goofy.
So it's your move.
I don't know what to do.
That's
That's
an
okay.
average Tuesday for Soma.
What are your
Capital
options?
That is true.
Well, it's under the water. I don't want to. If I launched a thunder wave at the water, would it? It wouldn't hit the goose, would it?
Thunder Wave launches to a certain point that,
Yeah.
yeah, it would. You launched your
Oh,
Thunder Wave
okay.
under the water yesterday.
Oh yeah, I did. Okay.
Just unleashing a fucking depth charge
I
on this
will
poor
warn
bird.
you, however, there are other people in the water.
Yeah.
One of them's made of metal.
Yeah, the other one's made out of calcium.
So, I mean, you're welcome to use Thunder
it.
Wave, but you're gonna
it.
hit other people.
Go ahead, try to kill everybody in the water.
Could be funny.
I mean, hear me out. Could I just Indrazire Pridwin
Pridwin gains
again?
ability Lightning Rod.
You cannot stack your assist, but you can change the type of your assist if you would like.
And
I don't know. The
so-
electricity seems to be doing work.
I know. That's why I'm like, I don't know if I want to accidentally turn my teammate into a lightning rod.
You could
I'm-
turn Soma into a refrigerator.
Do I hear
Not-
jazz in the
not-
background?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Apparently you
God.
did. I heard it too.
Yeah, you do. I'm what is it? Giving my
User
wife a foot
generates a
massage while she
hailstorm.
watches TikTok.
Incredible.
All those written within the area must make a text speed check 14 or under, or be. So that's
I
like
mean-
the fade.
You wouldn't. Oh wait, yeah, you wouldn't know this. Pridwin has a thing about electricity.
Yeah, but this isn't electric damage. This is force damage.
Oh yeah, Pridwin wouldn't.
And force damage
Yeah.
would not feel good to somebody that is metal.
Yeah,
And inside
Yeah.
of water.
and underwater.
And underwater, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, I
Expl-
might hailstorm might work.
Hailstorm.
I can just cast that over the thing. That still might hit Pridwin.
My-
Any AoE attack you do right now is bound to hit Pridwin and Aegis.
Well, hear me out, Pridwin. Just dodge.
Just simply
Pridwin-
take the hit.
Pridwin is not a dodge
Just
character.
take the hit.
Dodge. I will feel bad if I hit you.
You,
It's okay.
you
You
will
don't
hit
have
me.
to.
Nah,
You won't. You don't need to. I hit him with the concentrated power of the fucking sun one time.
Yeah,
He's
Soma
not
did
a dodge
almost
build.
one
He's more of a
shot Pridwin
Havel's
once.
ring type of build.
Yeah. Pridwin is literally the fucking Havel Knight build.
Yeah.
Could I Winter's Grasp myself and then Hailstorm?
No.
Fuck,
Because
okay, I'll
your
just-
assist ability takes 1 turn. So
Okay.
you could theoretically Winter's Grasp.
Yeah, but then I need to get like a 6 in order for it to just have 1 turn left for my Hailstorm. Or like above a 4 or whatever. Like a 5. I'll just
Oh.
use Hailstorm.
So your abilities, if they last for like several turns, a turn is specifically 1 full rotation of combat.
Yeah.
So like,
Oh.
for example,
Oh.
I will give the example. So the Goose is
Oh.
currently taking dot damage. He takes 88 plus 7 every single turn. That's his turn. So every single time the Swan has a turn, he takes that damage. It's not like when it's Soma's turn, he takes damage, and when it's Pridwin's turn, he takes damage. It's not like that.
yeah, and the same thing goes for like if you use like a buff or something, it only like ticks down each time on your turn.
On your turn specifically.
Yeah.
Okay, hear me out. Another stupid question. Could I, hypothetically speaking, buff more than one person, or is it just a one-person buff?
Assist buffs anybody in the vicinity that is dual
Gotcha.
resonating with you.
Cool. I am going to Winter's Grasp buff myself.
So
The
you just
only
activate
exception to that
Winter's
rule
Grasp.
is if it's concentration.
Yeah.
Correct. So if you use Winter's Grasp, anybody using ice-based moves will get ×2 damage in your party.
Oh.
Ooh.
So for this move,
okay.
Electricity loses its buff, and now anybody who uses an ice move, it will be ×2 damage if you are successful to hit. So now, it is Pidge's turn.
Soma's next turn is gonna be crazy.
I
Oh, yeah.
rolled a 5.
For how many turns?
5 turns. It lasts for 5 turns.
Okay, got it. Pidge.
Checking something real quick.
Okay.
I'm gonna open my door. It's fucking roasting.
Yeah, I can relate. We have the snake down here in the basement, and it is toasty down here.
What kind of snake you got?
Python. Ball python.
Fuck yeah. That's cool.
He's solid yellow. We call
He's a
him
good boy.
Midas.
I'll post a picture in the chat.
I would have called him Banana.
I mean, he is a banana snake.
He is, in fact, a banana.
Respect. Honestly, respect. I have a turtle.
Okay. And just to clarify,
Hmm.
there are people still in the pool.
Correct.
Indeed.
Then I guess I'll just shoot it again.
Go for it. It's not looking too hot. You can see through the scope.
Nat 20.
Oh fuck!
He rolled a nat 1 pitch. How do you want to do this?
Oh shit! I
Holy
was about
fuck!
to ask if I could fucking commit a war crime again.
Hmm. So you know how in Monster Hunter World, when you get the Wyvern Snipe, and you get that perfect line up across the monster? It
Yes.
just does
Oh,
that.
the FPS stoppage with each hit.
Oh dear lord.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
Oh
Yo.
god.
that's satisfying.
Oh my
Boom,
god.
boom, 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 boom.
Snake.
You all witness the water of the pool. It just turns red.
Is it dead?
You do not see any movement from the pool at first. There's just red.
Button.
And then Lunala bursts from the edge of the pool and scrambles out, choking in a breath. She was down there for a while.
Pridwin would have activated water breathing if he needed to.
Yeah.
Well, that was horrifying.
It's not every day you see a giant goose, swan, giant bird. At least not for me. It's not.
Juan.
Definitely not one that looks like a dragon.
I will add Pidge. You can add a soul to your page.
Yeah, Pridwin would have probably dragged the soul up and handed it to you.
All right, there goes the
How?
goose.
I'm
Its skull just
curious.
gets
How does
exploded, I'm
Eon
imagining.
eat souls? What does that look like?
You load it into the magazine.
Is this
Slap
someone
it
that
into
is
the
saying that? Because Pidge will look at them.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Okay, Thanos.
Pidge will look at them and just sort of go, oh.
I
Shrugging.
Chambers it into the bolt.
kind of like the idea of chambering the soul into the fucking. That's amazing. God bless. Okay, so all of you have kind of reconvened and you're looking yourselves over. You're not too worse for wears. Lunala has a couple sharp feathers sticking out of her that she's trying to pull out herself. There are
Yeah.
a few people who have crystal fragments stuck in their skin.
Yeah, Pridwin's already pulled out the forceps from his medical bag and gotten to work pulling the horrible shrapnel out of everybody.
Yeah.
Don't look at
Pidge
me.
is
My job's to
checking-
put the shards there, not pull them out.
Pidge is checking the monitor for the glitter snake.
You check the monitor. You don't see anything.
Could I use Tears of the Pacifist? Because that's like 30 feet. All targets within receive 20 HP per turn. Could I just regain HP, or is that only something I can do during battle?
You can use abilities outside of battle.
All right, I'm gonna do that and have people regain HP.
It won't be it will be a initial heal though. It won't be a per turn thing in
Hey,
this instance.
20 HP is 20 HP,
You right?
and like $5 is $5.
So out of nowhere, it starts raining in the cavern.
Oh, that's quite pleasant.
Oh, that's really
question
good.
question
Yeah.
about Tears of the Pacifist, by the way, because it is water. Does Pridwin get his passive regeneration on top of that?
Yes.
Holy shit.
For when
Heal,
he finally
boy.
use his abilities.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. Pridwin's passive is actually useful.
Fucking tear slides down his cheek.
The DM has been stopping him, has been halting his passive for so long. It's finally here.
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
God, okay, so he gets 30 HP back.
Nice. You all are in a
Just-
cave? What are you
Just
doing?
don't get hit. Easy.
So once Pridwin's finished tending to everybody else, Varuna's the one who got fucked up, right?
Varuna is the one who got
Mhm.
fucked up.
Yep,
He's going to. Can you make a medicine check to try and, fix her?
You can make a check to see her condition.
Alright. 19?
So based on that, you are able to tell that this wound, you have closed it with your healing, but there is infection ravaging her body. Whatever penetrated her in the abdomen, the object was clearly covered in something.
Oh, this is bad. I suggest everyone step away from the pool.
What?
I suggest everyone step away from the pool.
You don't gotta tell me twice. He's gonna fly away.
Yeah, just someone fucks off.
Run. I run away. Get away from
Please,
me.
everyone, give me a clear line of sight to the pond.
All right.
Pridwin cracks his knuckles,
Uh-huh.
takes a deep breath, transforms for Lunala, and he's going to use. Considering that we're resting, he'll probably do. And this is an emergency situation. He's going to do his master tier effervescent lantern.
Oh shit.
Oh shit!
He does have enough for that, right?
I
He
don't
didn't really
know,
use a
because
whole
you've
lot.
never
Hang
used
on,
Master,
so
you've only ever used Adept.
it's
Yeah.
25. Okay, yeah, so he would be able to do it.
Okay, so here's the question, Pridwin. High or low?
Hold on, let me just do the math real quick. 25, so that puts Pridwin at 0 and Lunala at 9. And I'm going to say, feeling lucky, I'm gonna roll for high.
Oh, God.
11. By 1.
I won.
Oh!
Lord.
Okay, so, you targeting with the single?
Yep. So
Okay.
that is going to be, hold on. So Master, I'm pretty
It's
sure
250.
it's, yeah, 250 total.
God damn.
So, Varuna was looking sick. Like, bad. Like, death's door sick. And you watch as this amber glow emits from the shield in Lunala's hands, and the glow seems to wrap itself around Varuna. It's kind of concerning to you at first, Silva. You've never seen this before. You have no idea what these people can do, but that glow wraps around her, and then her color begins to return. And the crease in her forehead, the lines on the sides of her face that are tight begin to spread and relax.
Immediately after this, after she looks better, Silva is going to hug Varuna tight.
As the light fades, you see Pridwin Family Guy flopped on the floor.
And then Silva sees this and then rushes over to Pridwin.
I'm fine. I just, I need to take a nap.
Lunala's just sitting cross-legged beside him like this is a normal occurrence.
He looks
I'm
over
just-
Lunala like, oh, okay.
I'm just gonna go take a nap. Pridwin then proceeds to crawl towards the pool and then roll into it.
Varuna, how do you feel?
Her eyes open a little bit drowsily. It almost looks like she's drunk. Where are we?
We're in a cave. Everyone just killed a goose.
What?
A giant goose.
Why
At
did...
least it didn't have swords.
Just don't question it. Just don't question the goose.
At least it didn't have swords. She closes her eyes again.
Would we all like to rest in this cave for now?
I mean, if
Please.
you think about it, would the crystals that launched or made fall on us count as tiny blades? 'Cause these things are fucking sharp.
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah.
Anything's a sword if you
Liam-
put your mind to it.
Liam crosses
Exactly,
his
so it
arms
does have
from where
to-
he's standing and he looks at the group and he says, I think it would be wise to rest in here while we have the opportunity. Someone should take guard at the door. And it would be nice to get to know who exactly has joined us. His eyes are moving speculatively over Brian and Amani, and then over Silva and Varuna.
Oh, not it.
Wait, what?
What?
Liam is looking at you and he doesn't know you guys, and so he's uneasy. But he is agreeing that it would be wise to take a rest in the cavern while you have the opportunity.
Yeah.
He also said somebody should stand guard. But the reason he's looking at you is because he doesn't know any of you.
That's fair. That's fair. Well, I had a very long trip here, and I don't feel like I got much rest, so I'm going to pass out. And then he immediately passes out.
Nice. So yeah, what is everybody doing? You guys are in a pretty large cavern. There is a blood-covered pool, which Pridwin is partially laying in. Don't worry about it. There are crystals kind of everywhere. It's lit up, and you can see that the rest of the cavern is in fact empty. There only appears to be one way into this cavern, and it is through the front entrance.
Thank God, no more geese.
I
Or
recommend
me falling swords.
I recommend we take shifts guarding the entryway.
Pridwin, you're asleep.
Oh, fair enough.
He's
Soma.
sleep talking.
Oh
Soma
yeah,
says- Oh wait, what?
Minerva has a thing she can do
Minerva has a thing she can do.
to protect the entryway.
There's a lot of things you all could do to protect or block the entryway. I'm not gonna lie.
So
Just
she-
a-
Has her glitter snake set up, and she's setting up jawbones.
Got you.
And
So
a-
Pidge is guarding the
snuggle
door
with-
and trapping it.
So Minerva can use Artemis Snare. I haven't selected how many hours it lasts, but
Already sitting on the ground the last or directly enter an enemy. If target triggers, they must make a dex check or become restrained. You could again. Pidge is trapping the door as well, so I don't know if both of them would want to do that.
yeah, they could work together on setting up
All right,
traps.
Minerva is helping you set traps up, Pidge.
Okay.
She's setting up. So if you've ever played Bioshock,
Oh,
if you've
no.
ever seen the whirlwind traps in that game,
Oh yeah.
it's basically those but made out of water.
Oh, no.
So-
They're also surprisingly
literal
hard
bear
to
traps.
notice if you aren't looking for them.
Yeah, Pidge is setting up literal bear traps. Actual, honest to God bear traps.
Soma's gonna create an ice wall in front of the cave.
While they're okay.
Like.
Oh,
just
So
okay.
you
blocking
guys
it.
set up the traps, and then there's an ice wall. So they would have to go through the ice wall first, and then they would hit
Yeah.
the traps.
Yeah.
And then the rest of you are in this cave.
There is a look of disappointment on Pidge's face
I
with
think
the
Pidge
ice wall.
really wanted to trap somebody.
They would have to break the ice wall. Then someone's gonna just sit down against a wall.
Okay. What are the rest of you doing? This is your time to
I
chit-chat.
am resting and getting my health.
I will say you guys are resting. You're taking the time to rest and get your points and
Ah.
your AP back, but you can also have conversation. It doesn't mean you have to like sleep the whole time.
Yeah.
Are none of
So,
you gonna talk to each other?
You said
I-
Pridwin was asleep.
I was just starting
teasing
to
you.
talk.
Yeah, Brian was about to talk.
Jeez, rude, God. Anyways, so where did you all come from before you ended up in the middle of the? What you said this was the Killing Land? Beastland?
Killing grounds, and I came from Japan.
Heard when you are actually awake. I was just bullying you.
He's currently going through the process of right now he's taken his helmet off and he says, "We're all members of the DWMA. We came from the American branch of the Academy."
Quick comment, he takes his helmet off and you see that his skin is also blue, and his hair is a dark blue that matches the short-haired girl's that's near the entrance of the cavern.
He also has a nasty looking lightning scar that creeps up the left side of his
Yeah,
face.
he has electrical burns on half of his face.
So you're blue too?
Are you all just
Yes.
really big Smurfs?
The entire Rhizostoma family is blue. Well, the line that carries the shield. It's a long story.
I think some introductions should be made first off, Imani says, stepping forward. Imani's picture is in the face claims if you want to see her.
But first, you could say you're blue. Da boo dee da boo da doo da boo dee
John.
da.
Imani kind of gestures to her and Brian. She says, I'm Imani. Imani Ellis, and this is Brian Blanchette. And we're members of the Archon branch. We hail from the Leviathan.
It's nice to meet you all.
It is a great pleasure to meet you all as well.
Now, who the hell are all of you?
Well,
well. First, I suppose I should introduce myself as well. I am Silva of Tarkat, and this is my twin sister, Varuna.
The others take note of the new people, nodding, looking them over.
And you?
I have introduced myself once before, but not to all of you. So I am Pridwin Rhizostoma, and that, Pridwin points over to Minerva, is my sister, Minerva. And then Pridwin gestures over to the white-haired girl and says, and that is my wife, Lunala.
She smiles in that sweet, kind of innocent way. But you notice something, Brian. There's just something off-putting about her. Like, it's like there's a very powerful aura almost radiating around her every time that you're near her. You get this twinge, like something's wrong, but you're not quite sure what it is.
And I roll for a perception check for more clues.
Go ahead and roll for insight, yeah.
13.
I'm trying to think what you would see with a 13.
Also,
about her.
I'll be Irby.
Okay.
I mean, she is pretty obviously not human.
Yeah. I was just trying to think of what a 13, because that's not much. And I will reiterate, Silva, that you still don't see soul readings from several members of the group.
From any of the blue people. The Blue Man group.
Well,
Blue
you
Man
can
group.
see Minerva. Minerva's soul is blue.
Ah, okay.
It is specifically Lunala, Pridwin, and then Katya that you cannot see.
Well, how
Well,
does he feel about Soma's soul?
I'll let you as the player determine that for yourself.
He has an air of skepticism about Soma specifically.
Yeah, you should be uncomfortable with that.
Yeah, I mean the wings, the tail, the soul, it's all not really mentioned of. And then the white mask, which Brian will probably, he still hasn't noticed yet.
Yeah.
Pidge waves a wrench around, going, I'm Pidge. Have another grenade. Tosses it.
You're the explosive one.
That's a
Yep.
pretty accurate description, Liam says, finishing up what he was doing to help her. I'm Liam. I belong to that one, he says, pointing to Minerva.
Huh.
Shut it. He points at you.
And then Soma steps up and he says, I am Soma. And this is my partner, Sadie.
The other masked figure bows slightly.
We are... Oh, wait, what was she going to say?
Nothing, go ahead.
He says, we are not exactly associated with the Academy these days.
Alright, I'm back. What I miss?
They're basically
Introductions.
just introducing themselves, but pretty much everybody that's gone, you have met already.
Yeah,
But you
Actually,
now
yeah.
have, Brian knows everybody's names.
yeah. Soma's would probably be of interest to Brian specifically because of his backstory, but
Pidge, quick thing.
Yeah.
You get a motion detector from Glittersnake. Do with that what you will. Continue.
Uh,
Was it
The thing comes on right as Paige is completely distracted. Um, she goes, and this is Felicia Angerpants, and drops a literal missile in front of her.
ignore her? She's
It's
She's
wonderfully
Paige.
decorated. And Felicia has noticed that something is outside.
Mm-hmm.
Hey guys, you know what I just remembered?
Uh,
We still have those grenades.
excuse me.
Brian just wants to blow something up.
Well, of course I do. I have a grenade.
Well, there's
I
something
figured I'd use it on the
outside.
goo.
that
On
Felicia has
hearing
noticed.
there's something outside, the rest of the group kind of goes quiet. And you hear a sound ring through the cavern. It is a dull thud. Slow. Methodic against the ice.
Soma's like up against the ice in the corner of the cave.
My door, it's 1,000,001 degrees. Sorry.
You're
Yeah,
leaned against
Pridwin's
the
motioning
ice.
to be quiet.
There is another knock. And then another.
Could it be Cat? Because I remember she is not here.
Do you see what's outside?
No, I'm not looking.
Pidge, do you want
Can
to look
he-
through your... Because
Yeah,
Glitter
I'm
Snake's
gonna-
visual, right?
Yep, it's got video feed.
Gotcha. So you look in the video and you see a figure standing outside. It is small. It's covered in a cloak, but it's very small.
Does the glitter stick have a flashlight as well?
I'd imagine it does, yeah.
I'm gonna just blink it a few times.
The figure
No more
looks
spelled
up
or anything, but
in the direction of the blink. You get a good look at its face. It is Katya.
Can Soma go over toward Pages looking at this camera?
Yeah, sure.
What color is the cloak they're wearing?
It is Katya's, actually, no, it is not. It is purple.
It's purple.
Purple.
He's going to touch the ice and he's going to sort of shatter a hole into it.
The hole shatters outward, and the small figure walks in.
Narcissa, where did you get that?
Huh? Katya looks up at you.
Oh, my bad. Katya, where did you get that cloak?
I don't know, I found it.
You found it?
You found a purple cloak.
Yeah. I don't know, I
Are
just
you
kind of
sure
had it.
Are you sure you found it? I
Yeah.
say, holding up air quotes.
I didn't
You
steal
didn't
it, if
take
that's what you
it?
think.
I'm gonna be
No.
honest, I don't
From
think
what
there's
I've heard-
anyone.
I
think you
would
killed someone
like
for it.
all of the previous party members to roll a memory check.
Natural 20.
19.
1.
11.
Prudman. You're
Yep.
the only one that knows what this is.
I had
You
a
know
15.
exactly. Yeah, that's not high enough. You know.
Oh.
You know whose cloak this is.
Whose cloak is it?
You can go through character sheets if you want.
Oh! How the hell did you get your hands on that cloak?
I don't know. I just kind of had it.
Could you ask Narcissa?
Well, I don't want to go back
that
in my
interesting.
room. She crosses her arms.
It'll just be for a moment.
Uh,
For just a
There's
moment.
a moment where she kind of glances away, brooding, and then she looks back at you. Except her face has changed. Her posture shifts, straightens, and suddenly the 9-year-old in front of you, Brian, looks like a completely different person.
Well, that is something I also don't see every day. Man, this day is just full of surprises, isn't it?
You'll get used to it.
Will I, though?
How did you get Apollyon's cloak?
I found
Who's
it.
Apollyon?
You found it.
Yes, and I have come to give you a warning. Wherever you thought he was, obviously he is not any longer.
Oh, great. Do you have any idea where he's gone?
He is near enough for you to be concerned.
Great.
Well, that's a problem. Possibly a very big problem.
We should try to find him.
Why exactly is that a problem? And who is Apollyon?
He's an
Apol-
1,000-year-old demon.
Oh,
Yes.
Probably older.
He was on the verge of a mental breakdown when we left. I fear that he's teetered over the edge.
So what I'm hearing is we should probably get about as far away from him as we can.
Probably.
Except he could be in this room right now and we wouldn't even notice.
Yes.
That is also very true. Although, if he had enough of his faculties to stalk us, then I feel as though that would be better than if he didn't.
Indeed. Let's just say it was a ticking time bomb, and I'm afraid it might end up going off soon.
Well,
Well, you'd know something about that, wouldn't you? Narcissa
I
says,
will.
and then her eyes shift, and they are no longer purple. Also, all
Everyone
of
is
you
now-
heard that.
yeah, Predwin is now looking at Soma.
Nothing you haven't already heard before.
I am pretty sure that it is something I haven't heard before.
Katya is back to her normal faculties, and she is frowning. So what are we doing? Are we taking naps?
Yes.
She, in a very upset manner, walks away from you guys to kind of the edge of the pool and sits down.
So what's her deal?
We'll tell you later.
I mean,
Gotcha.
why don't you tell us now? Amani says. We are sitting in a cave for the next few hours.
We don't fully trust you yet. To
We
learn
just
the
wanna-
Well,
role.
we don't
Yeah.
trust you either.
He's-
This was our attempt to extend an olive branch and try and find out a little about each other.
Plus, we did just fight a giant goose swan thing together, so...
It's complicated.
It's
And I don't think-
complicated, Amani says, throwing her hands up and walking away.
And
I'm
also,
Pidge. I blow stuff up.
I should also say that she doesn't want us talking about it unless she wants us to.
Well, that's vague and unhelpful, Amani says.
Trust me, I'm aware.
Everyone has their secrets. It's down to them individually if they want to divulge them.
Well, maybe I'll just go ask her sometime.
If you have any questions for me, I'm an open book.
Amani
is
squints
open.
at you.
Are you sure you're open? Because you didn't just say you wouldn't tell us because you don't trust us. I mean, other than the fact you also said you... No, just ignore me.
If you want to know why I'm blue, like I said, it's a very long story.
Yes, I do. I'd very much like to know why you were blue.
Alright.
Well,
Give him the
Why, have you
Spark
become a
Notes
blueberry?
version, Minerva says.
you see, a long time ago, the first member of my family met a witch. He was supposed to hunt her. and instead they talked.
Yeah, Brian, I will add while he's telling this story, witches are a big no-no. Witches are a kill on sight for the DWMA in almost
I
every
remember.
instance. And they're scary powerful, so. Continue.
And, as it turns out, neither of them were particularly fond of the idea of murdering each other. Or each other's kinds. And
Oh.
so things happened,
Oh.
and now we're the Rhizostomas. And we're blue.
Basically, he fucked a witch.
Impy.
Fridwin, like, covers Cat's ears.
I mean, you kinda did, Liam says, gesturing at Lunala.
Kind of.
History repeats itself in many ways.
Oh, it does.
Pretty sure that went over Brian's head, but that's hilarious to me.
all of the Rhizostoma ghosts become real quiet.
Yeah, the constant chatter in the back of your mind is no longer happening.
It's the same energy as being racist, but secretly fetishizing the race you're racist against.
Oh my fucking god.
Oh my lord.
Impy.
I wouldn't characterize it like that.
It's
Well,
fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's great. Everything's good.
What is important is my family has aided the DWMA for centuries. So,
While secretly being witch fuckers.
I mean, you have to have your side hobby.
Fridwin is shooting fucking daggers at Soma.
Am I wrong?
No. No, you're not.
It happened 2 times.
I wager.
That
no.
you know about, Liam says.
Mhm. And not to mention the demon who tried also getting involved with your family. It's quite a long story.
Mm-hmm.
And that demon is actually in Russia with us.
I would like to not talk about the sexual relations of my family members.
And Apollyon?
Oh wait, you don't want
And
to talk about what
Apollyon.
maybe dear old grandpa might have got up to back in his day?
I really don't want to.
You never
Oh,
know.
that's-
It could be really interesting.
All that's important is that's why we're blue. And that's also why I can turn into a shield.
I see.
So anyways.
Yeah.
Please change the subject. Please.
Okay. How about this? I'm a demon.
So
He flipped, like, I'm imagining he, like, flips his hood off and you see the horn.
Yeah.
Also, another thing for you, Brian. Demons are a big fucking no-no for the Academy.
I also like how it hasn't clicked with you yet. About it's a little suspicious that there's a man in a white mask.
And also the fact that they just told you this is the second time that Pridwin's family has been fucking witches in present company.
You know, honestly, I've just learned to expect the unexpected. And I've known you guys for, what, a couple of hours at this point.
Yeah.
Well, my dad's a gun.
Wait, huh?
It's fine.
Your mom fucked a gun?
Is that even surprising to you? That happens pretty frequently.
I mean, you know.
Fucking a parent is slightly weirder than a witch, because at least one is a living being.
Demon weapons, my friend.
Well, my mom's a sword anyway, so.
The important, interesting note is that they weren't demon weapons before.
That is definitely something of note.
And that's not exactly something that you can just kind of, well, it's not something I thought that you could just kind of do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's definitely interesting.
Oh, and my mom created me to destroy the world.
Oh, yes, there's also that.
Damn good job of it.
Mm-hmm.
What? And that's
What?
that.
Look,
You know, if she wanted me to destroy the world, she shouldn't have planted me without my memories in the middle of America. I feel like it would be a lot easier if she just brainwashed me.
You see, that would have made more sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
all you
Collective
need to
childhood trauma works wonders on people better than, amnesia.
I mean, I've amnesia. I don't even remember anything past like a couple years ago.
See what I mean?
you have amnesia.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes two of us.
Huh.
Yeah. I don't remember my parents right now. Don't remember my parents. I remember the captain of the people that took me from them. I don't know what happened to them. I don't know if they're alive. Don't know if they're dead. You know, the usual shebang.
Oh, I see, I
You
see.
were kidnapped.
Pretty much.
By who?
It'd be nice if I could remember who.
Do you want to roll a memory check?
Yeah. 8.
You remember the woman, the description of her, the one that was nurturing to you. You remember enjoying being in her company, but you remember how morally gray the rest of the crew was, and you remember the black flag that you flew under.
Yeah, no, all I remember about the ship, Black Flag, very scary captain. Dear God.
You
And,
were
morally gray.
pirates?
Arg.
How did you wind up in the academy then?
Give me a minute while I go back to my character's backstory. You see, the ship was attacked and, left in pieces. And the next thing I know, I wake up on a massive battleship. That just happened to be the captain of the Leviathan, and leader of the Archon, I mean, hey.
Pridwin, you would be familiar with Archon, considering that your ancestor served in it. And you would also know the Leviathan is the lead warship. The one that replaced whatever Andromeda's ship was.
Oh. So you're in.
You also know the captain of Archon, the leader of the entire offensive branch, is nicknamed the Executioner, but you do not know her actual name.
You were in the exact same fleet as my grandmother was.
Oh, what was your grandmother, a sword too?
No, she was a bow.
What the fuck?
Every weapon's different. But she was also blue.
Okay.
Okay.
She actually lived the longest out of any of my family members.
How long did she live? 110 years?
No, 60.
Oh, okay. Wait, that's the long. How old are you?
I am 19. About to turn 20.
Well, happy early birthday.
Oh yeah, he doesn't have much longer.
Oh yeah, no, he's screwed.
The average for my family is usually around 30. Witch hunters tend not to live long.
He's been having his midlife crisis this entire time.
His life just seems like one big long midlife crisis. After all, he did just jump into a lake and fight a giant goose.
Yeah,
I
they don't
mean,
have a
that
very
was a
good...
crisis, but I wouldn't consider myself middle-aged.
I mean,
well, yeah, you're a little past that now.
Yeah, you're a little past that.
Yeah.
Yeah. My apologies. You're 2/3 of the way through your life.
I mean, I would hope that I could live longer, but considering the way that things are going right now, I do not like my chances.
I'll probably die horribly one day too. You won't be alone. I would say see you in hell, but you kind of go into the shield when you die.
Yeah, we don't exactly have an afterlife.
A typical one.
A typical one.
See, there was something else I remember about the old person, the person I was originally with, the person that kidnapped me. She had 1 minute. Now I can't find the thing. What the fuck? This is rigged. She had pure white eyes like those of a dead fish. And for some reason, it just seemed like she could see much better than your average person, like kind of a 1,000-yard stare look, but not really. You know, it was just really weird.
Oh?
Yeah, no, I don't know her name.
That is incredibly interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, probably not important.
So, anybody else have some interesting stories to tell?
Yes, does anyone else want to share anything about themselves?
Hmm. I can think I've shared pretty much everything important about me. I mean, you know. Hold on, receiving information from the gods.
Oh boy.
Well,
Hello,
hello.
hello,
Hi.
howdy.
Hello.
How's it going?
Oh, motherfucker.
Oh.
I was waiting for you to realize.
Wait, I want you to describe this woman to me again, Brian.
Well, she had pure white eyes, like I said, like that of a dead fish, kind of. Had more of a 1,000-yard stare look than your friend. And rarely ever saw her. Oh, I remember her first mate. He had a white mask, and every time he was near me or came aboard, it was kind of like magic. Like he just scared the shit out of everybody. No one slept while any of them were around, and everyone just avoided eye contact at all costs.
So you were kidnapped by a witch?
Excuse me, what?
Maybe.
Does Pridwin, does this sound at all familiar to Pridwin? Any of this information?
You know what? You've researched a lot of witches' role. I don't know
Yeah.
if we've discussed her specifically.
His family does have a lot of records on different witches, so there is a chance.
There's a chance. Go ahead and roll.
15? Maybe he's heard of her in passing? Wait.
What?
Pridwin points at Brian, and then back to Soma, and then back to Brian. Her
What?
name didn't happen to be Mare, was it?
Oh, hold up. Yes. Why?
I looked into some records about some witches, specifically because Soma mentioned that his entire friend group was horribly murdered by one.
Oh.
Who is that one? That very specific witch?
I am amazed that she would have raised a child that wasn't a witch.
She was
Given
honestly very caring. I remember her just being very gentle. She looked at me with nothing but kindness and was never rude.
That
Like, she
sounds
was-
absolutely nothing like her.
She was a hard lady, like a good, like wanted me to do good work all of the time, but never rule.
Are you a masochist?
No.
can
I find that
Pridwin
hard to believe.
insight to see how genuine he is?
Sure. Go ahead.
11?
How genuine are you being?
Well, I'm reading from my character's backstory, so.
He's telling the truth.
You,
It's on the script.
He
It's on
believes
the
what he's
script.
saying.
It's as far as
He-
he knows.
he isn't lying. I mean, perhaps she could have changed?
Based on
I
what
mean-
talking, it might have happened before she went completely mad.
She was completely mad when you met her.
Oh no, she was insane. I mean,
Oh.
she massacred an entire town.
I mean,
Hold on. Are you remembering correctly? She
Was
didn't
she the one who
massacre
turned
the
it-
town. She was keeping an eye on the newly born Kishin.
Oh.
She's the one who got into a fight with Viper and Draco, and she's also the one who turned all the townspeople into basically zombies against you.
Yeah, so technically still murdered a lot of people because turning them into zombies.
Yeah,
taking over
just
the
making
land.
sure you weren't mixing her up with the
Yeah,
Kishin
no.
itself.
Yeah, I knew she was the puppeteer one, but yeah, she basically killed a lot of people.
Also,
her
it was her
actions.
partner that was physically doing the puppeteering. But
Mhm.
hmm.
I'm sure Viper and Draco would be having an existential crisis right now if they were hearing this conversation.
I
Mhm.
mean, some witches are by nature quite cruel, but people can change, go mad, do horrible things.
Soma sort of
Um,
backsteps away.
Soma, Katya shoots you a look as he says this, and she goes back to brooding over the water.
Although some people can change for the better, if that's any consolation.
This is
I
true.
mean, yeah, you never know. Sometimes someone's just having. I mean, they could have just been having a really bad day.
So they massacred an entire town? Actually, you
Yes.
know what? Don't answer that.
You're a demon. And you're
Pridwin
saying-
once again shooting a look at Soma.
The math ain't mapping right now.
He's like, you know what? I take that one back.
Well, this is quite a fascinating coincidence.
I don't tend to believe in coincidences. They're overrated. What do they know?
Well, fate definitely seems to have one hell of a sense of humor.
That it does.
The conversation kind of peters off, and you guys all settle in to rest.
Pridwin is going to swim across the pool over to where Cat is.
She is her finger is scratching at the stone beneath her. She's doing it almost absent-mindedly like a tick, except you notice that she's actually created a divot, deep furrows in the stone itself with just her finger. Her fingernails are bleeding. She doesn't even seem to realize she's doing it at all.
Katya,
She doesn't notice you at first. Her eyes are settled on the pool of blood in front of her.
he's going to put his hand on her shoulder.
She starts a little bit. Hmm?
You're bleeding.
Oh. She stops. Pulls her hand into her lap, but doesn't really do anything with it.
Pridwin's... Has he gotten some of his energy back?
Yeah, a little bit.
He's going to make healing water and hand it to her.
She doesn't argue with you. She takes a sip of it and sets it down. Which is odd to you, because normally she would argue with you. She would tell you she's fine.
I know something is wrong.
What makes you say that?
Katya,
She sighs. She pulls Apollyon's cloak tighter around her shoulders.
instead of asking you if something is wrong, I'm going to ask you if you want to share.
You said that people change.
They do?
Do they ever change back?
They can. Life is not a straight line, Katya. Every action pushes us in different directions. When someone makes a mistake, they might continue to make more, or they might learn from it and move past it. Some people will do bad things and become bad people, and some people will do good things and become good people. And even then, it's never truly permanent. I mean, I've done bad things many times.
Yeah, but your soul didn't change color.
Did that happen to somebody?
Her eyes go to flicker towards someone and then they stop. She looks back down at the pool.
From the little I know, a soul can change so long as it hasn't gone completely over the edge. I mean, I'm personally not an expert on this.
I thought that we were supposed to kill the bad people and save the good ones.
What do you mean?
I thought it was supposed to be easy, like black and white. The bad guys get put in the ground and the good ones get protected.
I mean,
I don't know what I'm supposed to do with gray.
Katya, not all bad people deserve to die. I mean, some certainly, yes. Very bad people who are dangerous to others and cannot or will not change.
Katya puts a hand down, slams it on the rock. There's a soft tremble beneath both of you.
They didn't even stop him.
What are you talking about?
Douglas and Soma stood there while Arthur murdered a kid in front of them and they didn't do anything. And then when that guy hurt me in the bar, the same fucking week, I wasn't allowed to hurt him back.
Hang on, Katya. I need you to slow down. Please start from the beginning and explain this to me.
We met a cowboy and he's really mean. And I don't like him. I don't trust him at all. But for some reason, Dad and Soma decided he was going to be useful. And he cornered this kid in an alleyway that I guess he was supposed to be looking for. And he was there to kill him, and the kid just told him to do it. And Dad and Soma watched. They didn't do anything to stop him.
I am...
And then that guy at the bar, when I was bartending, he pulled me into the bathroom and he started to... And Dad and Somi and a couple of the others pulled him outside, and I thought they were gonna kill him, or... She trails off. She's all worked up. There are tears rolling down the corners of her eyes.
And Somi just let him go.
Katya. Pridwin's trying to be reassuring. I'm very deeply disappointed in the both of them for their inaction and for allowing you to get hurt. I do not know why they would do that.
And the worst part is, I don't even know why I'm here. We were supposed to be going on this mission, and the last thing I remember is leaving. And then I wound up here. I know this was Narcissa's doing. And I know I'm supposed to trust her, but I said I wasn't gonna leave Mom and Dad. And I don't remember what happened. And Somi won't tell me.
Katya. It's okay to not trust them. I fully understand that, especially now knowing that Soma did what he did. People will make decisions that are bad.
But Dad wasn't supposed to. Dad's different.
Katya. Everyone makes mistakes. Everyone has lapses in their judgment.
You ever get the feeling like you made a bad move in a chess game and you sealed your fate, but you just keep playing, waiting for it to happen?
I understand that feeling, Katya, but when you do something terrible, what makes the difference between a good person and a bad person is the ability to recognize when they've done something wrong and to try to be better. Bad people do not try to change. They do not try to learn from what they've done. They don't question whether or not they're doing the right thing. Or they recognize that they're doing the wrong thing and go through with it anyways. Consistently, throughout their life. A good person knows when they've done something wrong and they feel regret for that. They made mistakes. Very bad mistakes. And they're going to have to deal with the consequences of those choices.
Katya shakes her head. She's reached the point of being worked up where she can't stand it anymore and she pushes herself up. I'm gonna go take a walk.
Katya,
She walks away from you, leaving her pack. You notice as she goes, her journal is sitting there, the journal you gave her, and she's been writing in it. Writing down the good things she's done, but at the end, the most recent page, the page waiting to be written on, you notice something interesting about the journal. It looks like somebody has taken, with very precisioned care, the time to tear out a page to make it look like there wasn't a page there at all. It looks like something was written on that page. There's indentions in the page there where something was written with force.
can Pridwin try to figure out, based on the indentations on the other page, what was written there?
You run your fingers over them. Roll me a d20.
Sure thing. 19?
Okay.
Pridwin closes the book and he's going to pull himself out of the water and try to run after Katya.
You try to run in the direction Katya has been, and she's gone. You don't even see her in the cavern anymore.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Can he find any sort of trace? Like any sort of way to track her down?
Nope.
You gotta be kidding me. Okay. Pridwin's gonna turn around and where's Soma at the moment?
You turn around and Soma is directly behind you, reaching to stop you.
What did you do?
I would like to add that Pridwin says this loud enough that most of you in the cavern can hear him say this. In case anybody wants to eavesdrop or get involved.
Don't do this.
What do you even mean? Soma, you did something. She told me what you did. What did you do?
Trust me, this is for all of our own goods.
Soma,
Don't tell you.
what did you do?
I cannot say.
Soma, I want to hear it from your lips.
Narcissa was in on it. Shit hit the fan in Japan. But if she learns what happened, we will all pay for it dearly. So I ask
So,
you,
Soma, you let a man die in front of her, an innocent man,
he wanted to die.
and so what? You're supposed
It
to
was a-
sit there and let him be murdered?
It was none of our business.
It was clearly enough of your business to work with the murderer.
It's a
And not only
complicated
that,
story.
you allowed her to witness it. And then somebody attacked her and you didn't defend her? You allowed that man to get away?
He's dealt with enough pain from all three of us back there that it could fill an entire 3 lifetimes.
You tortured him.
Much worse than that.
You
He didn't
tortured
deserve.
him.
He didn't deserve to die. Death is far too good for that piece of shit.
Soma. When a man is a danger to others,
What, you
You
kill
have
him?
to
You
def-
take a life?
you have to defend yourself. You don't torture a man. That is not how justice works. I know that killing isn't always the answer, but
Trust me.
what you did was worse, Soma.
All of
and
us are tokens.
Not only that, you confused the poor girl. Did you
I will
even
not-
try to explain yourself to her?
Yes, I did.
Really?
But you know the girl. You know she's stubborn. She won't listen to you no matter how hard you tell her. Unless she wholeheartedly trusts you. And I know she
Katya
doesn't.
did trust you, Soma. Whatever you did broke that trust. And it isn't
doesn't-
about how...
She doesn't know what I did. Now please, drop this for all of our own sakes. Sadie,
Soma. It doesn't matter how stubborn she is. She is a smart girl. She knows when what you tell her is bullshit. If your explanation wasn't sufficient to her, then maybe you should reflect on your own actions.
I already have done that
is-
plenty enough.
Sadie's standing next to Soma now. And she
You-
actually reaches a hand out and puts it on your arm, Pridwin. And you can see her eyes through the mask, and she says, "Please, just let it go."
Whatever you did, Soma, I thought you were a good man. I knew you were a good man. Whatever choices you made were entirely your own to make.
You're right. You think I haven't reflected on it? Do you think I haven't... We're dropping this. Because if anyone learns what happened over there, we will all pay. I don't know exactly how severe
Soma,
it would be, but some of us will lose our lives, and I do not want it to be Kat. Do you understand me?
Soma, it doesn't matter. We're all going to pay regardless.
I did what I did to protect her, you see. So if she finds out anything, we are fucked. It's-
Everything that you did that she told me, on top of whatever the hell you're covering
No,
up.
not that. You misunderstand me. I'm talking specifically about... I can't say anything. Narcissa.
Whatever the lot of you did, whatever you did to protect her, I don't care if you were protecting her, but I know you did a lot more that put her in the dangerous situation that she was in the first place. That girl is going to die if you keep doing things the way you're doing them. Or worse.
Do you really not think I understand this? Do you think you can patronize me like a parent? You do
I don't-
understand that I've thought about this. I have changed my ways from the way I was in Japan. I've thought about it. I almost died several times, and I did die. Okay? So I'm going to not say anything. I'm going to take my stride and leave, and Kat will know nothing. You have no idea what is at stake here if she finds out anything.
Where
Pig
where exactly
walks up
is
to
Douglas? Liam says. He's now standing a few feet away. And Eliza. Where are they, Soma?
Gone. Contracted.
Liam is studying your face. He doesn't seem... Well, you can't tell if he believes you or not.
Well, he's not really showing his face, but yeah.
He can see your eyes,
Pig,
though.
Mhm.
Go ahead, Pitch.
Pidge walks up to Pridwin, just sort of steps not really between them, but to the side of Pridwin and Soma, and sort of puts on this sort of like calm down hand on Pridwin and goes, "The damage has been done.
I'm
We'll
well
all
aware.
live with our choices."
Pridwin takes a deep breath and he looks to Soma and he says, I don't care if you know better now. You can say that all you want. I'm going to give you a chance to fix whatever you've done. Because I know that you are decent enough that you can be better. So just promise me, Soma, that you will be better.
I promise you. I have made my mistakes, and if I could go back and change them, I would. However, I cannot. So I must live with them and do better. And I will not be sorry, but as I said, I will do better.
We'll see.
Just know that if she finds out anything, all of our lives are at stake. We need to maintain control, and we need to maintain our relationships for now.
She will find out eventually, so I hope that when the time comes, you will be ready to give
Embrace
that
the chaos.
She needs to be ready. So I hope that in your efforts to mend whatever you've done, you will help me prepare her for the worst.
I will. And I will take full responsibility for my mistakes when the time arrives that I need to.
I need to speak with Katia.
You do so.
And I will not divulge any information that could put her at jeopardy. With whatever trust I have in you left, I will trust you on this.
You don't have to trust me, but I give you my word, and that is all I have left.
May your actions follow through.
He nods, and
You-
Oh, wait, what?
Despite your ancestry, you are still a man, Soma. And you can be a good man.
I hope you're right.
If I can do it,
You're right.
then so can you.
I'm trusting you to pull me back if I ever am about to do something bad again.
We won't always be there to pull you back, Soma. Clearly, I wasn't there to stop you from whatever happened. You need to remember, though, that we are with you, and you need to remember that if we were there, if we cannot pull you back with our own hands, then you need to be ready to pull yourself back with our spirits.
I will be. And promise me that should the time come, and you'll know when, should you need to, I want you to take my life.
Should the time come. But do not. Pridwin, kind of attempting at a joke, says, don't try to use that as an excuse.
Will I never?
Alright. I'm going to try to find her now.
You turn around and look towards the mouth of the cave where the ice wall was. There's a veritable hole in it now. You also notice that Liam is gone.
Oh dear. Hopefully Liam will be easier to track than Cat is.
He is.
Yeah, Pridwin's going to start following Liam's tracks.
You don't have to go very far. Minerva's leaning against the hole in the ice. She looks at you as you approach.
She's in turmoil, and I fear that my words weren't able to help her.
Sometimes talking isn't exactly the answer. She gestures outside. You hear the sound of fighting.
Oh. Can Pridwin see what's going on?
Yeah, you kind of lean forward to look around Minerva's shoulder, and you see Katya's beating the shit out of Liam. Liam's blocking, but every time she hits him, he like slides back with the impact.
Oh dear.
Come on, you call that a hit? Liam says, wiping off his nose. Katya, in a fury, goes to punch him again, and it hurls him backwards. My fucking grandma can hit better than you right now. Come on. Katya goes at him again. Do you just watch?
He's going to try and get into view so that Katya knows that he's there, but he isn't going to try and interfere,
Cat,
at least initially.
she keeps swinging on Liam, and you can tell she's not full forcing it because a punch from her fist could probably crack bones.
Yeah.
But she's hitting him pretty fucking hard. And she goes in for another strike, and her fist stops just short of the arm that he's thrown up in front of him to block with. It shakes, and she's caught sight of you out of the corner of her eye.
You know, I could take a better punch. I could take a punch better than he can, right?
You're not as fun to punch, Katya says, dropping her hand.
You know, I can't argue with that one. Sorry, Liam.
Liam flips you off subtly.
That's fair.
He starts walking back and comes over beside you and Minerva. Minerva smiles a little, just enough, and she whispers, "You're a good man." Liam says, "Shut the fuck up," and walks back in the cave.
Clearly, you've rubbed off on him. Pridwin nudges Minerva.
You shut it too, she says, and follows him into the cave.
Pridwin chuckles. Katya, can I say one more thing?
You can say it. Not like I'm gonna be able to stop you. She crosses her arms and turns away from you.
First, you've shown restraint. And I'm quite proud of you for that. Normally, when you punch someone, they explode. But you had held back on Liam,
She
which
smiles a teensy bit at this comment.
I must admit is very difficult to do.
You should have seen her in Japan.
Look, Katia, I'm sure that it isn't just what they did that's bothering you. I know you've done things you regret. Can I tell you a story?
Another one.
I like his stories.
They're not
It's been
bad.
It's been a while since I've told a story.
What do you mean? You literally just told one a little bit ago.
That one's different. That was the reason that I'm blue. You've heard that one a million times.
I know!
This one
They're
you've
generally
never heard
long and
before.
rambling.
You promise I've
What was
never
it?
heard it.
You have never heard it before.
She turns around and sits and looks at you.
Pridwin sits down beside her and he says, I was about your age when my powers started coming in. You want to know how I found out that I had them?
She nods.
My parents were out of the house for a while, and when they came back, they saw me sitting next to an electrical socket. I had stuck a fork into it. And yet, I was unbothered. The ground around me, however, was completely scorched. As I got older, I also began to be able to control electricity. Pridwin, a small arc of electricity rolls through his fingers. And being young and not very smart, I thought it was so cool. And I'd gone outside and started creating lightning bolts because I thought it was amazing. I didn't really think about how dangerous it was. And I may have accidentally started a fire in the garden. And my mother, fortunately, caught it before it got out of control. And she sat me down. She wasn't angry with me, but she was very serious. She told me, Pridwin, we are born with incredible powers. Powers that have the potential to help people, but also, if not properly controlled, they can hurt people too. She said, I need you to promise me that you can have the restraint to use this responsibly. And I was hesitant because I didn't think I could. I mean, it was an accident, but I lost control and set the garden on fire. And I was scared. Scared that it could have been worse. And she gently grabbed my shoulders and looked me straight in the eyes, and she said, Pridwin, how many forest fires will there be because of me? Not me, but her, as if it would be her fault. And that gave me the resolve to say I wouldn't let it happen again.
Katya's looking at the electrical burn on your face.
And although I have certainly had accidents, I have not lit any forests on fire without needing to. So,
That's okay, sometimes we have accidents when we see pretty girls, Liam says from the...
Pridwin gives him a death glare. So, Katya, how many forests will burn?
Because of me? Probably a lot. But that's
Katya,
okay. You can put them out with your water.
he chuckles at that and he says, that's a good sentiment to have, but he gently puts his hands on her shoulders and looks her in the eyes and he says, sometimes there won't be people to fix your mistakes for you. So you need to promise me. Promise me that you will learn the restraint necessary promise me that one day you will not be lighting the forests on fire.
Katya gives you a sad smile.
Sissa told me not to make promises I can't keep.
Katya. Since I met you, the one thing, the only problem that I've seen you have is that you lack restraint. But just now, you showed an impressive amount. And although we all have lapses in self-control, I need you to promise me that you will work to keep those to a minimum. I need you to promise me that you will hold yourself accountable and you will think before you act. You know there are consequences to your actions. You are a very smart girl. You know better. What I need you to do is try to be better. Don't try to come up with excuses. Don't try to blame it on a lack of self-control. You can do better. What I want you to promise me is that you will try.
She stares at the ground for a long moment. She opens her mouth to say something and then she closes it again. And she just nods.
Say it,
She does not.
Katya, please. promise that you will try.
There's a shudder and a shift in her posturing. And suddenly her face moves towards you. Her eyes are glowing. Well, it seems like she doesn't want to talk to you anymore. I think that may be the first time she's actually thrown me out here. What did you say to her?
I wanted her to promise that she would try to do better. That she would try to learn how to have a little more restraint and be a little less impulsive.
Right. Good luck with that.
I know, but I know she can do better. I just want her to believe that she can.
I'm not sure she's capable of that anymore.
Then I suppose I'll have to work on trying to help her see it again.
You all should be on your way. This is not a place that you should tarry in.
I know. I've already seen enough horrifying things in this forest to want to be out of it as quickly as possible.
I see. Well, I suppose I will be walking with you until she deems all of you acceptable company again.
If you can, let her know that I apologize for pushing her too far.
I'll tell her, but I'm not sure she wants to hear it right now.
I know. When the time is right. I will go get the others.
You do that. Narcissa turns and walks to the edge of the little area, to the edge of the trees, and climbs up into it to survey the area, leaving you alone. Well, alone, relatively. I'm sure Soma and Liam, at least, have been watching everything go down.
Mm-hmm. Also, I've had a question for everybody. Whatever happened to... I haven't really seen her around. Apollyon's little pet?
I could have swore she stayed back with him.
Did she? Huh, been a while since I've seen her.
Very
Yeah,
true.
y'all haven't asked any questions about where Mara went.
Yeah, I just, like, thought about that as Soma, and he's, like, barely met her. He saw her, like, a few times.
Pridwin will call out, Mara, you didn't happen to follow us, did you?
You don't get a response.
I didn't think so. Well, if Apollyon's in trouble, then I assume that she's probably... I hope she's alright.
So what's the deal? Are we leaving or are we caving for a while? Liam says, looking at you. He's wiping at a blood trail that keeps coming out of his nose.
Would you like something for that?
Nah, I can take it.
Alright.
He's
I'm
kind of a
thinking... Pridwin under his breath, considering he's dating my sister? Not surprising.
No, seriously, the entire time we've known him, he's just got his ass beat, and he takes it in stride. Like, I honestly respect it at this point.
Well, I'm thinking it's not a good idea to stay in one place for very long. We know we're supposed to be heading to that castle, so I think we should head towards those ruins.
Sounds good to me. Oh, also, when we were resting in the cave, did we get a rest?
Yes, you got your points back.
Okay. Okay, cool.
Hooray!
So,
Yeah.
you gonna go inside and gather the rest of your crew?
Yep.
Brian, Imani, Silva, all of you notice, like, you notice the blowing up happening between these people that you've just met,
Yeah.
and now they're
Yeah.
all coming back. Well, some of them are coming back into the cave.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Silva looks to Brian and he says, they have issues.
As they come
I
back
could
inside, I
hear.
kind of
Wait,
like under my breath, the Pridwin's like, "You think that'll work?"
Hang on. What did Solon say?
I was like, "You think that discussion will work?"
I hope it does.
what was Brian gonna
Uh,
say?
Solon's looking
No.
at his arm. I'll talk to her.
Well,
Brian, what were you gonna say in response to Silva? Sorry,
Yeah,
sorry,
what
I
was
didn't want to
Brian gonna
interrupt.
say?
Oh, I was like, oh, trust me. I could hear. The whole cavern kind of could hear parts of it. It's like a giant echo chamber in here.
I'm gonna try to keep my distance from them as much as I can.
Hey, you do what's good for you, man.
I do only what's good for me and my sister, and getting in the middle of that, the pink-haired one, he looks like a psychopath. The knight, don't want to fuck with him. The white-haired
Tonight's
ones,
awesome.
Talk
the
about
white-haired
blowing
ones
on
are
your own
all
trumpet.
Fine. You just hear a loud hammer going off in the background. They're just working on something.
And I'm not sure about the child, but I don't think they should be giving children explosives.
Man, you'll never know unless you try something at least once.
we
And
don't
who
give
took-
them to her. She makes them herself.
I beg you, try to take them from her.
And who took that one's arm?
I want you to, use context clues.
Finally
try and
realizing
figure it
that he
out.
never was introduced to anyone.
Yeah,
Like,
Solon's
I mean,
been
I've been
quiet
waiting for
this
so
whole
long.
time. He has not introduced himself to any of you. He's been brooding in the background and hasn't even spoken to most of you.
Against his better judgment, Silva's gonna walk up to Solon and he says, "So, who are you exactly? You never spoke.
He's not back in the cave yet.
Yeah, Solon's
he's not?
still outside.
No. You will find him."
Pridwin
You-
Just
will.
so
Silva walks outside. Solon, you were going after Cat, weren't you?
Yeah.
Okay, so you would have to go up in the tree that Narcissus is in.
Yeah.
So
Paige
Silva,
has
you
been,
see nothing when you go outside.
Damn it. He was a
ever
curious
since
one.
she
Mhm.
ever since she met Solon, Paige has been enviously eyeing the arm and wanting to tear it apart and figure out how it works.
So what
Of
she's
course.
saying is, don't fall asleep and leave your arm unattended.
Yeah.
I don't think Solon has fallen
Don't
asleep
leave
without
the
guarding
arm
himself.
unattended.
Nah,
He
he
hasn't done that
he
in a while.
does it because it's heavy metaphorically.
Yeah, and Solon hasn't slept with that one eye open in a while. I mean, he did steal the scroll.
Yeah, not a lot of people trusting Solon right now.
Some was fine with him because he wasn't there.
Okay, so first, Solon, you're climbing the tree. There is a small child sitting way out on a branch.
He's gonna like sit on the base of another branch, kind of leaned up against the trunk.
You've never
So-
approached her before.
Yeah, I'm more an observer than I am someone who acts, I guess you could say.
I'm so glad you said that. Carry on.
Okay.
I have so many questions, but okay, continue.
Yeah, I do too.
I'll send it. I'll send it to you, DM.
Okay.
Okay. Well, anyway,
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
as part of that role, I obviously saw the drama, as you could say.
Who didn't? When they go off, they are loud.
Yes.
Pridwin
So
is
cover your
Italian, to be
ears.
fair.
Gotcha. Italian? Oh, you have pasta?
Mamma mia, pizzeria.
Oh god,
Pizza.
the racism's already happening.
Pizza, pasta, put it in the bowl.
I'll be the first to admit that the rhizostoma is a bit delusional of the outside world.
A bit.
So,
A lot of it.
what do you want?
I don't want to see someone else make the same mistake that I've made. Like, kind of, not necessarily flashing it, but kind of making it very obvious as to the repercussions of decisions.
So you think that you can talk to her? Get through
No.
to her somehow?
No. I think I can explain. I think I can relate to some extent to what's happening. The choice is hers, what she does with that information. There's no promising in this world. You do what you have to do, but I want her to understand that prices can be a lot heavier than we bargained for.
You think she doesn't know that? You think that she isn't fully aware of the consequences of every single one of her actions?
I'm sure she is.
Do you not
But I can
know
also
that
s-
that parasite that feeds on her, that shares this inner space with me, thrives on her guilt? It is a curse to her.
Well, then, now that we've cleared the air about all of that, what's our next plan? Are we getting food? Are we going? What are we doing?
Ugh. I see. Well,
There's enough tension in this cave to they could.
oh, we're
go to
outside. We're
bed.
Yeah,
like
Solon's technically
Oh,
outside.
very far
so-
outside.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
there's
Yeah.
enough tension in this fucking forest that you could cut it with your finger. Good
Brian is speaking
God.
to a wall.
Oh,
He is clearly not
again.
okay.
He'll fit in great with this group, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Oh man. I'm sure she is very aware. But I can also see that she's cared for. So
She is.
as long as we have some understanding as to what may or may not happen, there's nothing else to say.
No, there
I'm
isn't.
just... I'm a third party in this matter. But I've lost those very close to me before, and I'd hate to see that happen to some others. And he's just gonna hop down from there.
You hop down. Back inside the cave, Pridwin
Yes.
has just entered to tell everybody to get their shit together.
Right. Silva looks to Pridwin and he says, "So does this whole thing happen a lot with your group?"
Close to you. Close to
I
you.
take the silence as often.
You take the silence as Liam just handed me Pop-Tarts because my blood sugar's tanking and I haven't eaten all day and he's mad at me.
That's fair.
As he
that's
should
fair.
Sorry,
be.
so-
Good job.
so-
Honestly, it's
Pat on the
fair.
back. Well done.
So, wait, hang on, what was happening?
Oh, Silva walked up to you and he said, "So does this whole thing happen often?"
Unfortunately, Solon walking back into the cave.
What do you mean?
Yeah, could you be more specific, Minerva says?
Would we be more specific? I guess the yelling match you and some other people just had a little bit ago that made the whole cave
Yeah.
echo like a giant megaphone.
Yeah, it's pretty
you know,
fucking
the,
normal.
Sorry. Italian families don't exactly have a volume. Yes, we've gotten into arguments a fair few times, but it would be better that we argue than let it fester.
Would you guys consider investing in therapy?
I agree with the therapy thing. I think you guys might benefit from it.
Alright,
I mean,
We
I
all
don't know
need
how much.
therapy.
I don't know how much.
We all need therapy
Well,
very
like
desperately.
Xavier's fucking minors in psychology, but like he hasn't had the chance to get to know anybody, so
I mean, I don't know what therapy. Sorry, what?
I can't remember if the academy actually covers therapy.
I mean, we need to get back there first to find that out. So why don't we focus on that first, one step at a time?
Yes. Once
So,
we get home, we can worry about that. If we get home.
Oh, we will.
big if there, Liam says.
Well, I guess there's only one way to find out, isn't there?
Yes, we need to get to the castle.
Castle
One
in the
sec.
Oh,
sky?
Sorry, Pridwin. Could I take the new guy aside for a second? I need some help with this project I'm working on.
As long as
Okay.
he's alright with it, absolutely.
Am I gonna get
Hey,
exploded, singed, electrocuted, or stabbed horrendously?
No.
Deal.
Though you might want to wear these. And she hands him some earplugs.
Ah, okay. I put the earplugs in.
Now stand all the way on the other side of the cavern over there.
Okay. Move to the other
And
side of the
Pidge.
cabin.
Pidge pulls out a small pile driver and puts it
Um.
down on the ground.
What are you gonna do with that?
Now hold out this device over there. I need to test this. She activates the
Okay.
pile. DM, how powerful of a hit can this thing get?
I'm trying to figure out what you're using. Which one are
Think
you
of 'em-
using?
No, I'm not using an ability. I'm just using a piece of technology that I'm trying to figure out.
Okay, roll.
8.
I'd say like 10 miles per hour.
Okay, so not much. Does the receiver do anything?
Good question. Not this time.
Okay.
Not with that roll.
Well, thank you for your help.
You're welcome. What was that supposed to do?
Send you a message.
Oh.
It didn't work out.
You are now heavily irradiated.
Oh, awesome.
Oh
God
no,
damn.
you've been heavily irradiated and a new arm is growing from your stomach. What do you do?
You now have
Amputate
dysentery.
it.
Oh my god. So yeah, you guys gathering up to start traveling?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So progressing toward the castle, because I don't want to go through this slowly. I'm gonna have all of you roll presence checks for me and put them in the group rolls. That's gonna determine how
boy.
well your walk to the ruins goes.
Presence. Oh, did we agree on whether or not Minerva can have pass without a trace?
Not on the whole group right now. She needs to practice.
Okay.
Does that
But, like, I mean,
include
in
adding
general.
the presence?
So you roll your d20,
Cool.
add your presence to it.
Oh, roll the d20, add the presents.
Mhm. That's a presence check.
Oh. Plus 3, 15.
It's a d20, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yep.
Hang on, I'm upstairs, so I need to use digital.
Wait, 30. What do we add something to it?
So you're adding your roll of d20 plus your
Uh-huh.
presence.
Oh, okay. You make it 30. What the fuck?
You should see what Apollyon rolls on his stealth checks.
Mm-hmm.
32.
So I've
Yeah,
got
Polygon is
three of
unbelievably
you.
high for those. What's going on?
Roll.
I was gone.
Presence
my-
checks.
Okay. I had to go. I had to change where I'm sitting because my wife stole the PS5.
You're good.
Yeah. So, presents? Alright.
Edwin, clack, clack, clack.
Oh no, my dummy thick ass cheeks are alerting everybody.
Oh my god.
Ready to
That's-
sneak down the stairs, but a dummy thick clap of my ass keeps alerting the guards.
Where are we right now? And also, that's an unnatural 20.
Narnia.
Lunala, I'm trying to sneak around, but the but the clatter of my armor is alerting the monsters.
Okay, is that everybody? Yes, it is. Alright, so here's what happens. You guys have regrouped, and you start towards the ruins. There are a couple incidents over the next few days of you walking where you come very close. Very, very, very close to running face first into a problem. But because of your stealthiness, you guys manage to find hiding places to avoid the confrontations. You see creatures lumbering around you, creatures that are too big to comprehend, too awful to be real.
Ah, God made horrors beyond our comprehension.
I know, right?
Pretty much. And as you're walking, you also notice something. It seems that, and maybe this is just because of your heightened senses, because there's monsters everywhere, but every once in a while when you look at the trees, you get the feeling of being watched. Sometimes you think you see someone leaning out, watching you from around the trunks, from the shadows. It's very off-putting, and that sense of dread has kind of been there, just in the back of your mind, creeping like a migraine that hasn't quite hit yet, but could attack at any time. That overall encompassing dread, it comes back every once in a while. Until, finally, you reach the ruins. They're not far now. And you can see that it's a massive castle. Chunks of it falling into, well, whatever's beneath it. It looks like there's clouds that kind of surround the castle in its entirety. And the closer you get, you also notice, especially in the last couple of hours, you haven't run into any creatures. It's odd.
Strange. I would have thought that there would be much worse things at Ground Zero.
I mean, are you complaining about not seeing horrible, horrendous, awful things?
Yes, actually, because if I can't see them, that means I don't know if they're there.
I mean,
Well-
if they're not, they're not. But if they're invisible, fuck.
Like, what if there's something scarier than those monsters, and that's scaring them away from here?
What, like
Precisely.
a dragon?
She's got a point!
That's a possibility.
if there's a dragon here, I am going to be glad it doesn't have a sword.
When you say that, Silva looks uncomfortable.
My great-great-grandpa
Dragon with
was
a
eaten
sword?
by a dragon.
Ah, goddamn it.
Yeah, any mention at the term dragon makes Silva and Varuna uncomfortable.
Yeah, they are not pleased with you guys talking about that. You kind of like that 1,000-yard stare intensifies. You catch Bruna shuddering sometimes.
I'm sure that there isn't one here.
I hope there is. Man, imagine like a dragon that could shoot lasers out of its eyes.
You guys keep walking,
Don't make them worse.
approaching, and the closer you get to the clouds, you realize they're not moving. The clouds seem to hover
Oh
around.
great, whatever here is making the clouds freeze too. That's a first.
You're walking on a stone pathway now, a road that seems to lead toward this castle, and all of a sudden, who would be in front of this party? I'm assuming probably Solon and Fridwin, maybe?
Soma would be right behind them.
Everyone would probably be up ahead, so that if anything tried to hit somebody, it would be him.
You guys are up at the front when all of a sudden Solon sticks his arm in front of you, Fridwin, to stop you. You look down. The clouds disappear into absolute nothingness. As you see, there is a great chasm, a divide between the earth where you all stand and the castle itself.
Wonderful.
So, how are we going to get around this one?
Does it look like there's anything nearby that, like, crosses the chasm?
No, it looks like this has been done deliberately.
I mean, how many of you can fly?
I can.
Are there any like loose stones?
Yeah.
Could I pick one up and throw it into like the gap? Like toss it, not necessarily throw it.
Into the chasm?
Yeah, just into the gap in between the bridge, like where the hole is in the bridge.
Roll d20.
Okay. Seven.
The rock falls.
Okay.
For a long time. You think
Yes,
you might
don't
have
fall down.
heard a thud a while after it fell, but you also hear something. You hear something like maybe a rumbling or a hiss or a growl. You can't really tell because it's so far down.
That didn't sound good.
I feel as though even if we were able to get down there safely, whatever's down there wouldn't be very good.
So, how are we gonna get over there? Liam repeats.
Soma
How
unfurls his wings.
how long is the distance between the gap and
It is. I mean, you can see the size of the guy on the picture. That's about how wide it is. I mean, it's like I don't know, 50 feet across at least.
let me take a look. Oh, okay. Oh
Uh-huh.
boy.
Uh-huh.
So, how many feet would you say? Like,
At least 50.
Okay. You know, I had an idea. Perhaps ice bridge?
Soma has
That'd
flashbacks to
work.
the last time he made an ice bridge.
We are not making an ice bridge.
Got it.
I mean, I could always use I could always make you guys fly, because I can have a skill that lets me do that.
Oh my god,
Well-
would you look at that? It conveniently less flightable.
Wow. There's only
I
one at a
mean,
time. That's the issue.
Apollyon is also able to fly, or Soma is also able to fly.
I ain't letting him carry me again, Katya says, crossing her arms.
That is fair. I mean, most of us could turn into weapon forms in order to have him ferry us across.
I'll teach you the
The
yeet
problem would
technique.
be
The Meisters.
if Pidge was. Pidge might be able to blast her way across. Should probably be the last one too, because that will make a lot of noise.
I
How
gotta
about
be
we
honest,
try
I
to be
think-
quiet this time?
I
Think what happened last time
shockwaves-
you were loud?
I think shockwaves in this non-OSHA approved architecture would be bad.
I agree.
Pidge puts that pouty face on.
Hang on, how many people wouldn't be able to turn into weapons? There's
Lunala
Lunala,
raises her hand. Amani raises her hand.
Sadie, Amani,
Pidge.
that's Pidge. Pidge could probably go, but we don't want to use the explosion. So that's 4 people?
Sadie.
Yeah. Sadie's the 4th.
Silva.
Silva's 5th. Shit. I mean... So we have one person who could fly. Oh, Katya. One person who could fly and ferry the lighter people across. However, that would leave 6 people who would not be able to cross. Assuming you used your fly ability, we don't want you to use all of your energy. This could be very dangerous, so we'd probably only be able to get 1 or 2 people across with that.
Can I whirlwind step with a person? Like if Amani's like grabbed their arm or something, can they whirlwind step with them?
I think if Amani was carrying them, you could get away with that.
So
Only
basically just
someone
have Amani
hasn't-
throw them over their shoulder. Gotcha. Like a sack of potatoes.
Only someone hadn't crashed their glider.
Or at least
Wait,
crash
what a
it into the
glider.
castle,
I mean, we could always try Ice Bridge.
Yes, Soma, we can always try Ice Bridge.
You could just make it like come up at the edges so you don't slide off.
See, the problem with the ice bridge is that it's very tricky. And last time it happened... Oh,
I mean, Minerva has a teleport ability, but it only works if she's attacking somebody.
So, have her
Yeah.
attack somebody, Liam says.
Silva and Varuna have a teleport ability, but it only works on them. And it switches their spots, so...
Well, that's just inconvenient.
Wait.
Yeah.
That could work.
Couldn't
We
do-
could just have the weapon ferried across in weapon form. You switch
Yeah.
spots, and then we ferry them across again.
It
Ooh,
only
Silva.
works with the twins.
Wait, Silva. If
Huh.
you remember when we were getting attacked by the beaver shark and Amani and I were on the iceberg and you threw Varuna with the rope, what if someone has a rope? We can throw Varuna to the other side of the chasm, and then we can just climb across.
If you trust the architecture.
I weigh about 300 pounds in my armor, so...
As
Yeah,
you
but
guys are
that's
having this
okay.
conversation, the stone beneath your feet begins to rumble.
Oh no. Pridwin's going to start
what
taking
is
generous
this
steps
time?
back.
Silva immediately takes Varuna in his hand. And that would be the first
Pidge
time they see
turns around to look look out at the behind us to see if anything's coming up.
You turn to look behind you, and you see the trees shuddering as something is moving through them.
All right. Everyone in weapon forms.
Brian transforms into his weapon form, Umani.
Amani
If-
grabs hold of you.
If you give me the ability to fly, I should be able to carry multiple people at once.
Alright. I use Blessing of the Storm
Great.
Okay.
on Pridwin.
Pridwin is going to grab onto Lunala, and he's also going to offer his hand out to Kat.
Katya clambers up onto you.
Do you think I'd be able to carry a third person without
I
having
do
any
not.
penalty?
No.
Okay, so Pridwin's probably going to try and cross with them then.
I mean, I was
Soma
gonna
is-
recommend that you go into weapon form and Lunala be the one that gets the whirlwind step, considering that you weigh a lot less in your shield. But
True, but Pridwin's also a lot physically stronger, so he'd be able to hold multiple people up easier.
that's fair.
Soma's just gonna grab Sadie and fly.
Yeah, so the two of you, Soma and Sadie cross. Pridwin takes Lunala and Katya across, leaving everybody else. The footsteps are
Liam?
getting closer to you.
Use Minerva to stab me.
What?
The ability, the teleport.
Fuck, you don't have to tell me twice. He takes Minerva in his hands.
I just looked over to my monitor and I'm watching my wife beat the shit out of a bunch of people in Hitman.
Sounds about right.
Relationship
fine.
goals.
Yeah, and then I turned again and she's walking casually through the building immediately afterwards.
It's fine. Which one are you? Oh, I see. Wrath of Thalassa.
Yeah.
Okay. Proven roll to dodge.
Yeah, 18.
You're gonna get hit.
Ow.
Automatically activates a sneak attack. Hold on.
Because Pridwin is expecting this to happen, could we say that it doesn't?
Nope, because
the
you
reason
wrote
it
it as
The
automatically.
reason it activates sneak attack is because nobody fucking knows that she can do it.
Nope. I'm calling it. I'm calling it with the sneak attack. What are the
you
stats
don't know
for
how much
sneak
damage
attack?
sneak attack. I didn't write stats because you were supposed to.
Yeah, I haven't messed with Minerva yet.
max-
Somebody's being
Just max
Somebody's
it
being
all for
stabbed?
right now.
Somebody, Pridwin
It's
is getting
as usual.
stabbed. Yes.
nice. You can take it.
So out of nowhere,
hope.
like Liam is standing between all of you that are still on the other side where the footsteps are happening, and then he's just not. As all of the sudden, his body manifests behind you, Pridwin, and he comes down with this arcing strike with Minerva's dagger straight for your shoulder blades.
You didn't need to stab me that hard.
I'm gonna
That's a-
say you take 40 points of damage with this sneak
Jesus
attack.
fucking Christ.
Oh my god. Hey, at least you're the strongest.
Who's all left on the other side?
Okay, so everybody on the other side currently is Brian and Amani, Silva and Varuna, Pidge and Eon, Solon and Xavier. And that's it, I think.
So Amani and I could always whirlwind step over, so that would just leave Varuna and Varuna and Silva.
If you think you can carry Pidge.
And Pidge.
I mean, something already knows we're here now, so I mean,
Oh,
the
it does. It is
explosion wouldn't be
rapidly
too big
approaching
of
your
a problem.
location.
Exactly, an
Yeah,
explosion
Pidge is-
wouldn't be a bad idea.
Pidge is
Honestly,
considering
at this
to
point, because it would only
load up a
affect
few
the
more explosives.
structural integrity of the place we were, not the place we are.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
We would also
I
have
mean,
to worry about
whatever
getting
gets
attacked.
us over there.
Mm-hmm.
I say you fucking wait.
Tally ho,
Shit.
lads. Yeet. Alright, so what if Varuna and... did
Oh,
you say
hang
they-
on.
What?
So
Pidge's.
Varuna
Hmm.
Varuna can trade places with
Silva.
you, right? So you could throw her across, trade places, and then Pidge can pick her up.
Assuming that Pidge can hold her weapon form without consequences.
Mm-hmm.
True.
Oh, that was another thing
And
I
on the
didn't
field.
mention to you, Ryan, is that only certain people can be wielded by certain other people. For instance, if you recall, just like how Soul and Blackstar could not wield each other.
Mm-hmm.
That's
If you
how
don't-
it is.
If you don't vibe with the person that's trying to wield you, then it ain't gonna be pretty.
Most of the
They
time,
do
other
not vibe
weapons
together.
cannot pick other weapons up unless they're like related or
Yeah.
soul connected in some way.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of other Meisters cannot wield certain people, so
Are
Mhm.
there floating rocks?
you do not see any floating rocks. As much as you would like to journey to the center of the earth, there are no floating
Well,
rocks.
I'm basing it off of the picture that you posted. So I'm just
Yeah, no, so those are actually, it's not really like floating rocks, those are like pillars and supports further down.
Okay. Hmm. How far was it again? You said?
About 50 feet.
You think a flash step would get me across?
Let me see. Where is your flash step? I mean, I'm assuming it probably would. I know Douglas's would. Or burst of speed that allows you to move so fast. Control twice as far per turn during a flash. Can move from one area to another while avoiding detection.
I mean, if he can move double the amount per turn, he could clear the canyon in a single move because he'd be moving at 60 feet.
Yeah.
He just need to jump.
Yeah, I
Mhm.
mean, so I would make the argument that Flash Step could work, but you would need to pass a Dex check.
Okay.
Because you need to jump it.
That's what. Okay.
So if you want to
17.
risk it, I'll let you.
27.
Let's see what the counter is. Oh, you got so fucking lucky.
Mm-hmm.
You make it barely. In fact, as you land on the other side, the ground begins to crumble out from underneath of you, but luckily, Pridwin is there to grab a fistful of the collar of your shirt and pull you back.
Alright, so that just leaves who? Me, Imani, and Pidge, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I roll one step over.
So now it's
Everyone's
just
gone?
Pidge.
Yeah, then I'm going to yeet technique.
I'll
Get
explode you.
it. High or low?
Let's go low this time.
How low can you go?
Oh dear.
Oh.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
that's not good.
Pridwin can still fly, right?
That depends. Does this thing have a time limit? Not any time limit that I can see.
How
Liam?
much recoil? How much recoil does Ultra Mega Super Cannon 9000 give?
Let me think.
Soma can fly. Naturally.
Soma
Yeah,
can't
Soma
fly.
and Pridwin can fly at the moment.
Mhm. So, here's the thing. It wasn't low. It was a nat
Mhm.
20.
What the hell?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. So you, like, go to put the C4 down, and and this thing emerges from the trees.
Oh.
Oh,
This
Oh, God.
creature comes lumbering toward you rapidly.
What
And it
in
is
goddamn-
enough, it's
Ew.
so unsettling that you accidentally detonate the C4 before getting the trash can lid on it. And the ground goes crumbling out from underneath of you.
Pridwin's still able to fly, right?
And so is Soma.
Yes.
Well, Soma
Mhm.
can always fly.
Yeah.
But
Yes,
so,
Pridwin
you
can
are
still
only
fly.
able to fly short distances. Keep that in mind.
Pridwin's gonna go and try and grab Pidge.
wait. Oh, wait. Hold on. What's the flight distance for that ability?
Like 30 feet.
For Brian's ability?
Yeah.
Okay. What would
Unless I
Soma's flight
dash.
distance be? If he dashes, he could double it. But
Soma, it would be a speed check for you because you can fly normally.
that's true. Could we? So what do we? What do you think would be? I can make a speed check, or he can dash.
I mean, you have to keep in mind that he has limited fly.
Yeah.
Oh wait, hang on.
Hmm.
Just imagining this as Pidge
So-
is fucking falling into the chasm. You guys are having this conversation.
Pridwin can use water wall
So anyway, here's water
to create a fucking solid barrier.
I mean,
I mean, you know, solid except for the one time where you just let a creature pass through it at will.
Some creatures can do that. It's crazy.
some can.
Still mad
Magic.
about it because it was supposed to be a solid fucking barrier, and it didn't even make a check.
I will allow you to throw your water wall to stunt her fall.
Yeah. Would at least buy a little bit of time. Do I need to roll a roll?
No, I won't make you roll a check.
All right, yeah. So he's gonna bastion.
Okay. So, Pidge, you're falling as this thing comes thundering towards you. You hear this you know the sound a bull makes. It's a bellow that follows you into the chasm. You see the glowing bluish eyes behind and above you as you're falling, and then you just slap this wet slap face first into water.
It's like hitting a fucking swimming pool.
But you don't go
Oh,
through
God.
it. It's a very unsettling feeling. You open your eyes, you look down, and there's a veritable torrent of water that you can semi-see through, and it's just an seemingly endless drop below you.
So we've made like a water bridge.
Not a bridge, it is a small section of water. Bastion's only about 10 feet, I think.
Oh.
10 feet 10 feet tall, 10 feet wide.
I think
I'm
it's 10
pretty
by
sure.
10.
Hang on, let me take a look at it. I've got it.
Either
Yeah,
way,
10
she
by
is on
10.
a small segment of this water.
I mean, 10 square feet's not super tiny.
So Soma, are you gonna do something about this, or are we just gonna leave her down there in the
Uh,
chasm?
No, he's gonna go fly to grab her.
Okay, so you move down there, no longer needing the speed check since she has a few seconds of time.
Mm-hmm.
You grab onto Pidge and fly her up to the other edge.
Mm-hmm.
Once together, all of you look across the chasm at this massive bull-ish beast. It looks at you with eyes filled with fury, and then its head turning toward the castle as if repelled by it. It shakes its head wildly as if going mad, and then begins to back away, looking as though it's in pain.
Told you.
So the castle is repulsive to them. That's good to know.
I mean, they
That's
told
either
us
very
that.
good or very bad.
They
Yeah,
can't come here. They told us
it's
that.
about
True, but I thought they meant that they couldn't come here simply because they got worse.
Well, I think we've just seen what worse looks like.
I think we should be still wary of what may be driving them out.
I agree with Soma.
You all turn
Oh, wait, no,
collectively
Mhm.
to face the castle.
Big white text across the screen.
Big castle, bottom text.
Big castle, big ass
Yeah.
fucking castle.
The Bloodborne sound, the little chime. When you enter a new place,
God.
the Dark Souls sound.
Away!
Yeah, yeah,
away!
or the Elden Ring one better because there's a shitload of castles in that game.
If
Like, just
there
imagine-
was text that would come up and intensely tell you where you are, it would say Dom
Godfrey's Castle.
Alknosti, the House of Avarice.
To be
Definitely not
continued.
Godfrey's Castle.
More like Sen's Fortress.
This
Oh.
place is huge.
I'm thinking more like Castle Canehurst.
I hate all of those places.
You get
Yeah.
the sense that it's not just the castle, but it is also a surrounding village. But the whole place appears to be in ruin. Many of the buildings falling off and crumbling into this abyssal chasm that surrounds the place. It looks abandoned. What do you want to do?
Ollie ollie oxen free.
You say
Someone
this, and your
Yodelay.
voice echoes through the stone. Ominously.
We really
Let's not awaken whatever's surely sleeping within. Let us get a delay of the
Yes.
land first.
And then hopefully sneak kill the thing.
I'm going with it.
Sure.
I'm already awake.
I mean, I haven't heard any giant roars from any creatures, so hopefully it's still slither. But that explosion was pretty loud, so.
You guys starting forward?
Yup.
Yeah.
You make your way into the village. Making your way towards the castle, and you see buildings not just in ruin and abandoned, but destroyed. There are furrows where massive claws have dug into surfaces. There are craters and divots. There are signs of a battle that has taken place here.
Well, here we are. Ground zero.
This looks fun.
Indeed.
I
Your
love that I
definition
don't
of
have to
fun and
ask which
mine's
one of
very
Dylan's
different.
characters that was, because all of them would say that.
Yeah.
All of them in unison.
Oh, that's actually a good question.
A polygon wherever the hell he is on the other side of the country says it for no reason.
Yeah, on the other side of the country.
On the other side
Yeah,
of the country.
yeah, definitely
considering
not
someone
Yeah,
said
right
totally.
behind
in
us.
the forest.
Definitely not.
No, never.
You guys start to approach the castle, and you see these massive set of stairs leading up to the main entrance, the main gate of the castle. And you keep walking. You see remnants of statues. Their faces, many of the images completely indeterminable with the wear and tear and destruction around you. You climb the stairs higher and higher, and you get to the top of it, and you see an enormous statue sprawled beyond an open gate in the middle of a courtyard. It looks like some kind of stone, maybe a dragon perhaps. You're not sure. It looks like it has suffered from wear and tear too, pieces of it falling off.
Well, I mean, this place has definitely seen better days, eh?
Yeah, The architects surely knew what they were doing, huh?
I mean, if that
Love
bridge
what
is
they've
anything
done
to
with the
go by,
place.
I'm
Liam
not
says,
sure.
running his finger along one of the broken statues.
Indeed.
Paige has Ein sort of hanging on her shoulder and using not really bright beams, but flashlight eyes to just sort of shine on any shadowy areas.
As
In
he
dark
does
areas.
this, looking around, illuminating the shadows, his head moves back to the direction you're going and he lets out a low growl.
Scratches his
Why
ears.
is it growling?
I think
Careful,
that means
boy.
something's wrong.
Ein's tail wags a
Something.
little at the pats, but he's still growling.
Always something, isn't it? It can't just be like little ducks. No, it has to be little man-eating ducks, doesn't it? They're
Or
really-
a giant man-eating goose.
I think they're the
You're right,
miners.
you're right.
Well, they do look like children. No, the miners, not the miners.
You just said miners twice. Why?
Soma is going to peer into where the dog is looking. Try to get a good look.
The dog is looking at the courtyard ahead of you.
It's looking
I
around.
vote we avoid the courtyard.
Should I roll perception or just look around?
It's up to
I
you.
could send Glitter Snake up front.
I rolled a 19 for perception. Thank God for advantage, because the first was a nat 1.
This is a massive courtyard. You get the sense that there have been many gatherings a time there. The stones are well weathered even before they were abandoned. The statue is enormous. It's like I said, it looks kind of rough, like it's weathered and has been there for a long time, but somebody definitely spent a long ass time carving this thing.
I would like to roll for perception to see if I notice anything else.
Okay.
I roll a 16.
You're looking at the area behind you. The area you've come from, the village, and for just a moment you think you see someone peering out of a doorway at you. When you look back
guys.
again, there's nobody there.
Pridwin
Ah.
rolled a 17 on perception. Does he notice anything out of the ordinary?
Are you looking at the courtyard or behind you?
He's probably looking at the courtyard. He does not want to think about what's behind them right now.
You're looking at the courtyard. You see a lot of the same things that Soma is. Giant statue, well-weathered stones. Doesn't look like anybody's been here for a while.
Any particular locations of interest?
I mean, the massive castle behind the courtyard that it leads to.
Sure.
You know, I could have sworn I saw someone in that doorway.
You saw a
Excuse me?
person.
Like a shadow of a person, like their outline.
Could send Glitter Snake forward and see if we can't find anything.
That might be a good idea, because from what we were told, there shouldn't be anyone here except for monsters.
Think it's a zombie? Or like a ghoul or something?
I would
Vampire.
not like to run into a zombie,
Yeah, let's hope not.
Do you think
or a
someone
vampire for
could
that
have,
matter.
like, stumbled upon this place?
I mean, for them to have stumbled upon it without getting devoured by
Bless you.
those things, I don't know if they could have.
I mean, we got pretty lucky with like, finding hiding spots to avoid all of it, so maybe they could have as well.
True, but at the same time, I feel like the entryways to the castle have been blown out for a long time.
So hope for the best, prepare for the worst. Gotcha.
Indeed.
So what are we doing?
Sending the glitter snake forwards.
Yeah, I'm gonna just
That-
steer it into that doorway that he talked about and start looking around.
Send forth ye glitter snake.
Glitter Snake flies backwards and goes towards this dilapidated-looking village house, kind of like townhouse style. You enter, and you see that it's very, very shadowy, but there's still furniture in here. You see, it's very outdated furniture. I'm talking like ancient levels of furniture. It's nice. I mean, it's something you would see in a upper scale part of town. Definitely not modern though.
Does it look like it's
Is it-
weathered, like it's been exposed to the elements, or does it look like it's been taken
Yeah,
care
is
of?
it sun bleached?
No, it is weathered. The fabrics are sun bleached from the few areas the sun can reach into this old building. You see that the windows to this townhouse are boarded up though, so it's only really weathered from the sun by the doorway and a couple sections of wall that have been torn out. Glitter Snake looks around further. There's a table further in near the kitchen with plates on it, decaying food still left on them.
Well, if there was somebody living here, it appears that they're long gone.
That still doesn't explain the shadow I
You
just
know what's
saw.
scarier than monsters?
Ghosts.
Ghosts.
Oh boy.
You could
I mean,
fucking hit a ghost.
if something traumatic happened here, it could be ghosts.
How do you even fight a ghost?
Why are we even here?
I
Because
ask
something
myself that
tragic happened here.
I ask myself that question every day.
So how exactly, say it is ghosts, how are we supposed to fight something normally you can't even touch?
We punch it.
blow it up.
Exorcism wavelengths. Sometimes certain ghosts can be affected by elemental damage.
Or you shoot it with this.
Pridwin,
And I pull out my...
Mhm.
Katya, as you're having this conversation, reaches up and grabs Lunala's sleeve of her cloak and pulls on it. Lunala looks down and Katya's just pointing ahead of you guys.
Pridwin will follow the point.
The statue is gone.
Oh,
What?
great! It's happening again.
Oh, like we
Oh,
beat
Lord.
Angel from Doctor Who. Not.
Where's
not
your
Doctor Who.
raccoon?
Is it Doctor? No, it's not Doctor.
Yes, it
That's
is.
a great question.
Angels.
Where is your raccoon?
Lunala, you have Bandit with you, right?
I thought he was with you.
He's always with you.
Ah, balls.
He hates being with me when you're around.
Solon, your backpack there is moving in it.
I'm gonna like pull it to one arm and open it.
You open it with one arm, and a small raccoon head pokes out, the pierced ear glowing in the sunlight. He has a mouthful of one of your rations.
I look down at the raccoon. I think we found the raccoon.
It is literally a raccoon wearing Havel's armor.
I love it.
Oh, good. He's okay.
There's a picture of him in the art as well.
Oh, I'm gonna find it now.
Yes, but our food isn't.
He munches up the rest of the cracker that he's holding and looks up at you.
Well, hopefully we can find something edible in here.
I can eat flesh, so I'm not worried.
I would rather you not.
It doesn't taste
Question
that
is,
bad,
whose
Katya
flesh are you
says.
gonna eat first?
See?
How far up is the raccoon?
The raccoon is in Solon's backpack currently. So.
Ooh. Ooh. Okay.
Oh, are you asking in the art page?
Yes,
Did you find
Oh,
it?
I found it.
Yeah.
I love it. That is awesome.
Yeah.
I'm very proud of that
Honestly,
piece.
yes.
It's my best work yet.
It really is. Yo, why is there a raccoon with max points? We bought him outside of a Waffle House. That'll still be one of my favorite interactions.
God.
Oh god. Anyway,
On a scale from 1 to 10 on a Waffle House, how fucked are we considering the statue just disappeared?
Well,
Um,
based on our track record, very.
Apollyon knows a lot more about the Waffle
100
House
dead
Index
squirrels.
than I do.
Would
The
anybody
Waffle
like
House
to
is
roll
not
another
here.
perception check?
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
I will.
Edwin is now standing defensively. 17?
You
Six.
don't
19.
remember the eerie looming statue that was hanging off of the gate a minute ago.
Don't tell me it's a false
Um,
Hydra.
Pridwin points at the
False
statue
Hydra?
that's hanging from the gate.
Oh no.
The
Oh, trust
I
me,
got
statue
it's not
13.
turns its head to look at you. And as it shifts,
Not nice.
caked dust begins to fall from it until you see that it's not really stone that makes up its body, but it's scales. And amidst
Oh.
the scales, there is decaying, rotting flesh.
Not a
I
lich
don't
dragon.
think these ones can be reasoned with.
Balazak! Oh God!
It's just
my God.
Balazak. What is this?
Oh no.
We're gonna get farted on.
Oh
Is
god,
it-
not
No.
again.
Is this a fucking lich dragon?
Yes.
Oh no.
Oh fuck.
That's
Not
basically
The
what-
dragon,
no.
it slowly opens its mouth, and as it does, its bottom jaw unhinges into a second tier. It doesn't
Is that the
roar, it
things
just
in having
opens
multiple
its
mouths?
mouth and leers down at you. And then you hear a voice.
Hmm?
State your business here. It does
We're
not
on-
come from the dragon.
Oh,
we are
What?
here to speak with
I'm gonna
The
roll
king?
perception.
if he's still alive.
I got a 16.
There is a figure standing in the courtyard where the dragon once was.
I told you there was someone. I told you.
I still think it's ghosts.
We've been sent here by the Sokolov family to break the curse and find someone.
Someone.
Yes. But I definitely would like to know who I'm speaking to. My name's Solon of House Orlov.
You're of House Orlov.
Why do I
Yes.
feel like that person doesn't look like that?
yeah, no,
Why do I
more
have a
people
feeling
do.
something's gonna go very south?
Mhm.
Step forward, the figure says, calling to you.
I'd recommend not
Solon
stepping
takes a step forward.
Is he referring to all of us or just Solon?
You're not sure. I mean, none of you have said anything apart from Solon.
Yeah, Pridwin's trying to gauge the situation at the moment, so he's not doing anything.
Yeah, someone's getting a handle on the threat level of this.
Just driving the glitter snake back.
Brian also steps forwards and says, "Before any of us take another step closer, state your intentions. What are you planning on doing?" Because I don't know about you. That's where that dragon was a minute ago. And so either you're controlling a dragon, or something fishy's going on here.
Solon's gonna take another step forward.
You
Oh,
take
and it's
another step
ignoring me.
forward and you
Watch
start
them.
to see the figure. I'm trying to pull up her image to you. It just doesn't want to come out of the file folder. There it is. You see this woman?
Yep, that's creepy.
Hmm.
That's also definitely controlling that dragon.
Interesting. If you're
Great.
here, you have to be a member of one of the 9 houses. Correct?
Not one of the 9, but I am faithful.
To which one?
To House Vasiliev.
Oh.
Need to roll a
That's-
memory check, or are you putting things together?
That's
I
the
need a
reigning
map.
house, isn't
I
it?
need map.
So
That's
hang on. Oh wait, did I not
interesting.
post? I don't think I posted Vasiliev's coat of arms.
You didn't.
No, I didn't.
You really should.
Yeah, we probably would have seen it at some point in this exploration.
I knew it. There was a tent.
Yep.
You lied to me. I'm upset.
I didn't lie to you. It's not a 10th house.
It's the reigning house above the 9.
I told
Which
you. This
Makes
is
it a
the
10.
place.
It's the umbrella.
This is the place where it all began.
Oh
Bollocks.
boy, where is it? Because I didn't save it. Here we go.
You
There it is.
rolled-
How do you spell it again?
Vasiliev? V-A-S-I... Now you're making me second guess myself. V-A-S-I-L-I-E-V.
Ilieve?
No, just it ends in a V.
Oh, okay. Alright, I got it.
You rule all of the 9, or at least did at one point in time. Who are you?
I rule no one. I am simply a caretaker.
Here we go.
Why are you still here? There's a
Oh, it's a
As
man.
No,
I
scratch that.
said, I
Mhm,
am a
ma'am.
caretaker.
but there's nothing to take care of. It's a ruin. Unless someone still lives.
She smiles.
So either you're really bad at your job, or there's still someone else here.
Perhaps we shouldn't insult this individual.
You are wise.
Fair point.
For your age.
Who's she? Is she
Why
speaking to
it
me?
She was
relative?
speaking to Privin that time.
Oh.
I try to be.
I'm right, aren't I? There's someone still alive here other than you. Or at least of some type of living.
And I'd
You
place your
are.
bets in the castle.
Again, state your business, or I will have Demeter remove you from the premises.
As I said before, I'm kind of like putting up a hand. We've been sent by Anessa.
Also, trust is a two-way street, so if you want us to trust you and tell you what we're doing here, don't threaten us, and we won't threaten you.
To be fair, we
You
are on
bold
their land.
to enter
I
our
know,
territory and make threats.
She has a dragon.
we
Shut the
started.
fuck up. Please. Let me
So,
handle this.
Someone's face
please.
bombing really hard.
He's face bombing super hard.
Please let the Russian take care of negotiations.
I guess the Russian, that's gonna help.
We are in
Russian,
Russia.
Rush B, Russian.
Can't have.
Though Russians are notoriously terrible at negotiations.
House Sokolov, Kiernan of House Sokolov, allowed us to meet with Anessa, and they've sent here to investigate and possibly break the curse that has been plaguing this land.
And how is dear little Anessa?
saw her, she wasn't more than the height of my shoulder.
She's about human size, yes.
Anessa was a giant fucking
No,
owl.
no. The person I'm talking to.
Oh yeah, she's a normal average human, probably like
Okay.
5'11" ish.
Okay. She can fill out a room. That's for sure.
She
seems to
smiles.
be-
There's almost a wickedness in this smile.
Do I clock that?
Yeah.
Okay.
She is aged beyond her years, but she is not suffering.
She's worried about her father, though.
She always was one of the sweeter ones. I think it pained him the most, having to send her away. Reminded him so much of her mother.
So, if I may, what happened here? What caused this?
It would be better if you heard it from someone who was there.
She shifts sideways and gestures toward the castle in a beckoning manner.
I'm gonna follow her.
You start
Good one.
forward. The
Pridwin
dragon
will follow behind.
growls at first and then quiets. It's just a warning, but it's a warning all the same.
I don't trust whoever controls the dragon, but man, that is just even more sus.
You guys start walking forward and you make your way into this large castle. And while the outside looks dilapidated and ruined, you enter into a beautiful throne room that has been well maintained. There is a rich red carpet running the length of the floor.
Solon's gonna kind of like hit the door and realize what he's standing in and just kind of take it in for a moment. He's gonna. Is there anyone on the throne, or is it just just a clean throne room?
There is someone sitting on the throne, their eyes closed.
Oh God, the old men. It's always the old men you gotta worry about. They're the most
Oh,
agile.
no. Oh God, he's old!
He's old,
Oh,
and he's
God,
got a
old.
sword.
It's like King Vendrick from Dark Souls.
Oh my God.
For a moment,
Okay.
Except
you
not
thought
green.
you thought that there was a statue on his left and right, but the moment you enter the throne room, they shift.
What is up with statues not being statues here? It's kind of weird. Oh, that's.
Oh
Oh.
boy. Oh God.
But discount Ornstein and Smell. This is just Dark Souls.
Okay. I'm gonna turn to everyone and it's like, do not speak unless you are spoken to.
Don't worry, I know how to deal with nobles.
Unlike some people, Katya says.
Unless I get threatened, I will make no threats back.
I would recommend you not make threats regardless of what they say.
This is not our land. They control everything in here. You want to keep your head on your shoulders, I recommend doing as I recommend.
Fine.
I turn back to the throne room and like slowly walk towards the throne.
As you do, the figures on either side of the throne straighten, their weapons moving into their hands. One has a massive golden spear and the other has a golden greatsword.
When their weapons straighten out, I stop and bow to the king or whatever his title is.
You bow. The king does not seem to move. He is breathing slowly and rhythmically. None of the three figures in front of you move.
I bow at the waist. Your Majesty, my name is Solon Kotsanovic Orlov of House Orlov. I am sent here by House Sokolov and the Owl Inessa. We have come to investigate the curse that has surrounded this land.
As you say Anessa, the eyes open. The man's head begins to lift. Anessa,
Yes, Your Majesty.
is
She
that
sent
you?
us. Oh. No,
My
Your
king.
Majesty.
You hear a voice from beside you. The woman from before is walking forward. She approaches the throne as if it's nothing, reaches and places a hand delicately on his shoulder. There seems to be some kind of energy flowing from her fingers into him. There's a soft greenish glow. And then his eyes focus, the glazed look fading a bit as he takes in all of you standing there, particularly you, Solon. Forgive me. I was not myself.
No forgiveness needed, Your Majesty. As I said before, Anessa has sent us. She is well and being housed within House Sokolov. She sends her regards, but she is very concerned for her father and what I assume is possibly you, sir.
My sweet little Anessa. I miss her so. I am Sasha Vasilyev, king of what little remains here.
Yes, sire, I can see that dark days have befallen you. But as I said, we are here to help in any way we can lift this curse. What has plagued you to cause such destruction?
We are being punished.
Punished, sir? By what and by whom?
The old man. My children had no concept of longevity, no concern for the earth or her creatures. We angered something. The old man came to warn us. But we didn't listen.
Did this old man have a name?
I did not know it then. I struggle to remember it now. But I know his face. I still remember the way his body twisted when my children were done with him.
So he's dead?
Allow me to start from the beginning of what I remember. He came on a day where the throne room was open. He entered, desperate to speak with me. He warned of a grave danger that was coming. I asked him to elaborate. I feared. He was so convicted by what he said. And yet, what he told me filled me with rage. He said that it was a danger that kills without feeling, that ravages the forests, rapes the riverbeds, and threatens the lives and well-being of all of my people. And when I asked for him to name the threat, he simply gestured to my children. They could not control themselves, and I did nothing to stop them. The last thing he said was that if we didn't stop now, then we would learn what it's like to be hunted for sport. The next day, my children were changed. You see a single tear rolling down from his eye.
I see. So this man is dead. He cursed you with his last words.
Curse is such a simple statement. It's such an interesting word. The weight of what he did.
Sire, I implore you to try to remember more. Was there anyone else with him? Anybody of greater power?
I do not recall anyone, but there was something I do recall. Something my children didn't see. When the old man died, there was something on his body, something inside of him. I kept it after all these years, for I feared I always understood what the children did not. Reaching into his cloak, he pulls out a strange piece of metal. Soma, I would like you to roll a perception check.
All right. That is a 14. You hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Getting a telegram, I'm sure.
Oh, I just saw that. Yeah. getting a fax machine right here.
Goddess sending you a fax.
All right. All right.
God has sent you chainmail.
Yeah. One of my coworkers had changed his Teams ringer, the fax machine, as he was getting his laptop out. I thought his laptop was about to blow up in his hands.
Good him. He looks at it and he says, "Don't tell me that's." There's no way that's what I think it is it?
I do not know what it is. I've had a sneaking suspicion.
Soma is going to sort of put his hands up because he's not a threat, just making sure everyone knows, and he's going to transform his hand into a blade.
You transform your hand into a blade, and the two figures on either side of the king brace themselves and take a single step forward, their weapons coming up just in front of him. He places a hand gently on each of their arms, and they return to their posts. You have powers like Varusha does.
Varusha.
The woman beside him, the one who had touched his shoulder earlier, straightens a bit. Not like me, Your Majesty. Of course, there's none quite like you, my dear.
If I may, if you would allow it, Your Honor, could I see that piece you have there?
Take it. Should you be the one to break this curse, you will need it, I fear.
He takes it in his hand.
You don't take it from him. One of the golden knights on either side of him takes the piece from his hand and walks it to you. And as she gets closer, you realize just how tall she is. This knight looms at almost 10 feet. She is massive, and she takes a knee and extends a hand to you with the piece in it.
He takes it.
You take the piece.
He's gonna look at it.
It definitely appears to be a piece of a weapon, like one of you.
Can he get an idea on what kind of weapon this was?
Roll me a perception check. Well, would this even be perception?
Wait.
I feel like this would be more like a history check.
That, my good friends, is a natural 20.
Oh, goddamn!
I'll take that.
With a nat 20, I am going to send you
You know nothing.
this.
You have no fucking clue.
No fucking clue what this thing is. Absolutely not a single one. It looks... So don't metagame the two forms to the right of the left one, but it looks like the one on the left. This is what you can figure out. And the piece that you've been handed is that the, this part.
Sire, you said you found this piece inside of him?
I did.
Like he was stabbed?
Not exactly.
Do you mind explaining a little more so we understand?
It was embedded in his chest. When my children were
tearing him apart, it came out. My youngest picked it up to play with it. I took it from her. She didn't know any better.
So, more like it was surgically placed there.
I don't know of such things.
Right.
Uh-huh. Uh, sorry, I'm slightly autistic. Can you elaborate further on that? Ah. This was... Oh. He shattered himself. Themself.
The rest of you hear this.
I turned to Soma. You're saying that he shattered himself, and then these pieces were just basing that off of this one incident was placed inside of people?
It's an excellent question.
I have never heard of such a thing before. A weapon being implanted in someone else.
Unless it was used for a specific purpose, the pieces.
That's quite possible.
Whatever power this weapon once held, maybe they were using it for a purpose.
Obviously, in this situation, more than likely a catalyst for this curse.
Most certainly. We have one piece to this weapon-sized puzzle.
One small issue. You suggest that it was implanted within the individual, but it is quite possible that it was simply a part of him from the beginning.
I was thinking that too, but whatever the case.
I mean, if what happened with Pidge's parents is possible, then perhaps it's possible for a life to come from the remains of a weapon?
You're thinking it was shattered and then
Became someone
manifested
else.
something else? Or
Possibly.
a fragment of whoever this used to be?
It's possible, or it could be that it was instrumental in creating a new individual, or there's many things that it could be.
I think we need to discuss this further. Probably elsewhere, not within the throne room.
Do you need both of them?
Sire?
That is not the only piece I have.
If you have a second piece, I beg you to give it to us so we can investigate this further.
Varusha. The woman at his side frowns and turns and walks to the side. There's a space where a second throne used to sit. It has been moved back out of the way, but there's something sitting on it she moves towards it. And as you get a better look at what she's doing, she lifts up what appears to be a crown. Very similar to Sasha's. There's something sitting within the crown, and she moves and picks it up, hands it to one of the knights, and they approach. Another piece is offered to you.
I'll take it and hand it to Soma.
Someone takes it.
Some of you are handed another piece.
What's the shape? Oh, you're setting it. All right, fax machine time. Ooh, okay. We got a head
Where-
start on the puzzle.
I mean no disrespect in interjecting, sire, but were there other pieces?
That is my fear. I found that piece on the remains of my Ekaterina.
I see.
When my children awoke, the day afterwards, they weren't human. Not exactly. No longer human, but not quite a beast either. Something stuck in between. And their demeanor matched the carnal instincts of their new appearances. Two of my children, Natalia and Artem, began to fight. Cat tried to break them up. She didn't stand a chance. How could she? She was just a dainty little thing. Not more than 100 pounds soaking wet. Against a lion and a bear. They tore her to pieces. That is why I split my children into the 9 houses. I gave each their own place, their own land to rule. And I told them never to return. That was the safest option.
Perhaps the girl at House Sokolov knows a thing or two about something like this. And these pieces, maybe they have information on them. The girl who documents these weapons.
If
Akara might. You're right.
if these pieces were connected to the man who laid this curse, then perhaps they hold the key to lifting it. If we can figure out how many there are, if we can acquire all of them.
I have an idea on that.
We're all ears, Your Majesty.
I believe there are 13 pieces.
Different pieces.
May I inquire as to why you think 13?
Ekaterina and I had 10 children.
Mm-hmm.
If Ekaterina had a piece, and if I have a piece, and
One
if
for
there
each of the
was
head of
one
the houses.
left on the body, then that makes for 13.
You think each head of the house has a piece of this weapon?
I believe they were infected with it.
I understand.
save us, and yet he eludes us.
He.
Is not death the great masked figure I met once before?
Not anymore.
Then there is no one to save us.
Death had a progenitor.
She sent us, well, them here to investigate the goings on here in Russia. Perhaps we are what you've been waiting for.
Mm. Sorry, I must admit that I do have my ulterior motives to be here. But I will do what I can to help you and your people, as I have promised. Your daughter.
And I appreciate that. There is one who remembers what I may have forgotten. Should you have more questions, I grow weary. Varusha can fill you in.
Yes. Yes, of course, Your Highness. You have been most helpful. Thank you for your time.
His eyes begin to drift downward once more, the two knights gently helping him back onto his throne in a more comfortable position. Varusha looks on him with care and concern for a moment, and then she turns to the rest of you and approaches once more. Outside, she says, and starts walking.
I'm gonna bow one more time to him, just out of habit and courtesy, and then I'm gonna follow
Mhm.
her.
Yeah, Soma does the same.
Pridwin also does the same.
Back in the courtyard, you all are standing there. There is once again a statue in the center of the area, looking a lot less statue-like than before. The large dragon has one leg crossed over the other in front of it. It is watching you all intently.
So who is this person who has answers?
Not much of a person, but they may be able to fill in any of your missing details. You're going to need to travel to the western part of our lands. It is on the border of the killing grounds and an area called House Medvedev.
Pridwin pulls out the map.
You pull out the map and locate House Medvedev in the bottom left corner of the region.
The cocoon.
It is a place called the Cocoon. That region belongs to Artem, should he still reign. Solon, if you would like to roll for Russian, unless you happen to know what that word is.
Not off the top of my head. Is that a 7?
This is the House of the Bear.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, I have that written down. I didn't know that.
Yeah, House Medvedev is the House of the Bear.
Yeah.
And the Cocoon is literally, quite literally, right on the border
Mhm.
between the Killing Grounds and House Medvedev.
I do think we should get going as soon as we can.
I agree.
don't
You
know
wouldn't
when.
happen to have a quicker method of transportation other than foot through the killing grounds, would you? We seem to have run to a fair few of larger inhabitants.
Of
I would-
course, I'm impressed you've gotten here at all, to be honest. I could arrange something if you can behave.
Solon kind of looks at the group. I think that can be arranged.
She snaps her fingers and looks to the dragon. The dragon tilts its head and lets out this awful, ear-shattering roar. There is almost the sound like beating drums from somewhere beyond the castle walls. And then coming over the edge, over the rim, you see a massive shape. An enormous black dragon soars into the courtyard and lights, landing on the ground beside the first one. Its body is covered in wounds.
Can I roll for legend?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 'Cause surely I've heard of this thing.
Oh lord.
11.
So you're rolling for legend. You would know there has been rumors of dragons inhabiting Russia for a very long time. In fact, you've heard the fairy tales all the time. However, there have been tales, particularly of a large black dragon that stands watch over others. You think you might remember a name.
$14. Is that Wither?
Ferusha looks at you, kind of surprised. The dragon turns its head in your direction, its nostrils flaring.
Looks like it answered your question.
Ha 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 ha. Oh, I thought this was only fairy tale.
A lot of fairy tales are based on myth, child. And myths sometimes turn out to be true.
Yes, well, I'm glad this is one of those moments.
How are Silva and Varuna reacting to this?
Not well!
No, they are hiding behind each other.
I would also like everybody... Let's see, who would be able to make this? Pridwin? Not Solon. Soma, both of you roll a memory check.
Alright.
14. Here, hold on.
I probably should go to bed soon. I gotta be up in 3 hours.
Jesus!
Oh my god.
There's been something I want to happen with Solon for the entire session, but we haven't gotten there yet.
I'm sorry! With both of those memory checks, you pass. You recall something. You were being told a story back at the academy by someone close to you. About a large black dragon that was killed by some of the death scythes that you know. A dragon that belonged to somebody. Just food for thought.
Isn't that... does the dragon look undead?
It does not.
Oh. That's interesting.
Well, that's interesting.
May I assume that you are, or he, is offering his time to take us to the cocoon?
He has agreed for a short while. Wither does not like to stray far from his brood.
I understand. Any distance he can give us is more than plenty.
I suppose we should head out then.
It will give you
Yes.
a head start. Now, a couple rules, she says, straightening. Do not touch his tail. Ever. He will eat you. Try not
Noted.
to step on his wings. They are delicate with as much damage as he has taken. If you get into a fight, you're on your own. And
That seems...
it might be wise not to look him in the eye unless you're ready for a challenge.
seems fair to me.
Pretty easy rules.
He also really doesn't like sheep. I will not be explaining. Now, get out of here.
Who does? Seems reasonable. We can go.
The dragon looks at all of you. It looks back to the other dragon. It seems they seem to be conversing in strange guttural sounds for a moment. And then he looks back to you and he lowers himself to the ground and offers a hand in a sort of slant leading up to his shoulder and up onto his back.
Who's going first?
Soma hops on.
Soma approaches, and he allows you to step up. You notice the hand that extends to you is missing an entire digit from one of his middle fingers. It seems to have been bitten off. You get a good look at all of the damage that his old ancient scales carry. You climb up his arm, and he shifts to allow you up onto his shoulders.
Who's next?
Predwin might as well hop on.
You approach as well. And as you do, the dragon turns its head to look at you.
He's trying not to appear threatening in any way.
Do you make eye contact with him?
I mean,
The movement you make in trying to get a midnight snack without waking your parents.
Predwin's armor doesn't really have visible eyes, but
It's just like those
he
slow, definitive movements trying to make like no sound at all, but it's the most sound you possibly could make.
Yeah.
The dragon's nostrils flare a bit as you approach.
he is avoiding direct eye contact.
For just a moment, his lips part a bit, and you get a look at the razor-sharp, blood-stained teeth.
I mean you no harm.
He gives you a kind of warning growl and then allows you onto his foot.
Great. Predwin will gently climb up and help his wife.
Lunala approaches, and it turns its head to look at her, and she doesn't look away. And it moves its head downward toward her, its teeth baring a bit. And Lunala doesn't flinch. She reaches up slowly and offers it a hand. The dragon huffs a burst of hot air into her face watching her for a moment. And then it allows her onto its foot. Then all climbs up. And one by one, you all join on the shoulders of this creature, sitting on its shoulders and on its back. Farusha nods. Do be careful. Try not to lose those metal pieces.
We will guard them with our lives.
Good. She claps her hands, and the sudden start is accompanied by a lurch of motion. The dragon takes off, and you are suddenly in the air.
Oh dear.
It is all you can do to hang on to the ridges on the back of his neck and each other, to try and not be unseated from this creature. It's not exactly a smooth flight.
Mm-hmm.
But congratulations, you are all on a dragon right now.
Yes.
Holy shit.
Fucking dragon.
You're welcome.
So you guys are like flying through the air. Katya's kind of in the front, and she just kind of like raises her hands and lets out this excited little woohoo!
Never thought I'd live long enough to ride a dragon.
I know.
See what diplomacy gets you.
I know, right?
And this is why we do not insult kings.
Yeah. Especially those with pet dragons.
Exactly.
Precisely.
It's only insulting if they take it that way.
So, is there anything you guys want to discuss while you're clinging on for dear life?
Nah.
Before I pass out, like IRL.
True.
Yeah. I want one thing to happen before Solon leaves, because I don't think I'll be able to do it again
I was
for a
gonna
long
say,
time.
my only concern is like, would it happen now? Like, would he actually?
I think so.
Alright, I'll allow it if you think if he would do it in this kind of space.
Mm-hmm. Like, not, in the air, but definitely once we're landed.
It is not a short flight. It's a ways to get through this. And as you guys pass over the killing grounds, you see a whole bunch of different creatures. Enormous, some smaller, some larger, some fighting each other. All of them looking half crazed and plagued. All of them looking wrong. Finally, Wither begins to descend. You're still in a forested region. He finds a place where there's not too many trees and lands, setting down 1 foot onto a massive tree trunk and just shattering it to the ground in the process. He kind of lurches to a stop, all of you once again clinging on for dear life. And then he shifts sideways, and all of a sudden you guys are sliding off of him without warning.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
You all thud to the ground.
Oh, that reminds me of getting thrown off of a boat once or twice.
I know.
Fair enough.
Pridwin waves to the dragon and says, "Thank you."
The dragon's not paying attention to you because as soon as you're off its back, it turns and bares its teeth, looking in the direction of the killing grounds.
Oh.
It flares its wings and lets out a low building snarl. It glances kind of in your direction and then off into the trees behind you, and then glances back at the killing grounds again. You hear the rumble of footsteps in the distance.
I have a very bad feeling about this.
I think he's trying to tell us to skedaddle.
I think so too.
Most
The
likely.
dragon slaps its tail on the ground in front of you, making the ground tremble in warning. He kind of rakes his tail across the ground in front of you, kind of pushing you guys toward the trees.
Yeah. Pridwin's gonna get moving.
Yeah, I think we leave.
Yeah. Yeah.
You take off into the trees, and it's not more than 5 minutes before you hear awful roaring sounds, and a fight picks up not too far behind you.
Oh.
You're in dark forest. So dark, the canopy of the trees seems to be intertwined. There's no sunlight here anymore. And that eerie dread feeling begins to set in again. Someone's watching you. You're sure of it. You think you hear branches rattling together at first, but you listen and it's not branches. It sounds more like bones cracking.
Oh no.
Brian, that all-encompassing dread you felt up in that tree, it's back. And worse than ever.
Well, I have a feeling we're gonna figure out what's causing that.
I think we should probably hope that we don't.
I don't think we're gonna have a choice. Told you.
Oh boy.
The sound seems to come from all around you.
Golden boy.
Solon.
I hate all of you. I just want to put that out there. I really didn't need this.
This isn't my fault.
Ryan's like, I just got here!
No.
Sometimes you bada bing, sometimes you bada boom.
Solon takes a step back and pulls out Xavier.
You pull Xavier out. You look around and you don't seem to see anyone, but that rattling, the cracking and snapping of bones is getting closer. And it seems to be getting darker and darker around you.
Come back, seeking vengeance, little worm.
You and I will have our moment. You can count on that. But that moment isn't now. I've made a promise and I tend to keep it. You can wait.
I don't think you know who you're talking to.
This time you can pinpoint the voice. It's coming from behind you, Solon. You turn slowly and look up into the tree, and you see something hanging, looming from the shadows the branches make. There's an eerie reddish glow coming from its eyes, from its entire face, it seems.
Ah. I'm assuming this is Axel, or have you taken another host?
Wrong. I am so much worse than that. What was her name? Yaldabaoth.
You have the sword.
No. Oh. Where'd you get that little piece of clothing, little one?
I found it. Do you want it back?
I quickly grab Cat's shoulder and tell Pridwin, protect her now.
I don't think she's the one who needs protecting, Solon.
You have no idea what we're dealing with.
You're wrong. I have
I
a
know.
pretty good idea.
Indeed.
After all, I can see his soul.
You're the smart one.
Katya is extending the cloak out in a hand in front of her in an offer.
Keep it. You've earned it, little one.
She pulls it back close to her, watching the figure.
While you have all been on your exploits, I have had quite a lot of fun here in this wretched land. Missed me.
Apollyon?
Was. He is sleeping now. Oh. I have been trapped for a very long time. The world has changed since I've been gone. So much sin, so much evil left to do whatever they please. Impressionable minds at my proverbial fingertips, just waiting to be broken.
Katya takes a few steps forward in front of the group. You're not going to hurt them.
Not them. However, the atrocities some of you have committed, they taste excellent.
The world is
Little
not
boy.
ready for you yet.
The little boy there, the one with the mask. I know what you've done. I can't wait to see what happens when they find out. Oh, and Golden Boy, your complacency, your sloth. You led them all to their deaths.
Not again. That won't happen again.
We'll see about that one, won't we?
Where's my sister?
Me? You're asking me? Why would I know anything?
You were there.
She was there. I feel like you're misunderstanding the situation. My name is Astaroth. I am madness incarnate. I am that which rides within the demon souls.
You're just another fragment.
Without the fragment of control, I'm free to roam wherever I please.
Well then, roam somewhere else, because all you're doing is running your mouth, and we have stuff to do.
New one.
Holy shit.
I feel like this is the nerd at the fucking... Zero idea what the fuck he's dealing with.
Oh my god. One of the fucking kings of hell's in front of you and you just told him to quit
Yeah.
running his mouth!
No,
Piss
seriously.
off with
fucking-
ya! Get off my lawn!
Hang on.
One of
Hang on.
fucking Demon
the man,
King
get out of
approaches
my
and
forest.
he's like, actually?
Actual-
Actually, I will summon a Category 5 hurricane.
That's fucking great, bro.
Uh,
Holy shit.
Hang on, can we see Astaroth at the moment?
He's
Oh,
an
the
art.
picture is in art.
Yeah.
Oh, great. Is he still just chilling there?
He's looming in the shadows of this tree.
I'm trying to debate on if Pridwin would do this.
Are you
Because
sure
it
you
would be
want-
really fucking funny if he did.
Mhm.
But at the same time, I feel like it doesn't fit. You know what, fuck it, hold on. I need to see, because he might
Yeah.
reason that this could get him out of it.
You know what? If you want to fuck it, we ball.
You know what, Dylan, high or low?
Let's go low.
Yeah, Azeroth. You get sprayed with water.
Just threw the water at him.
Harmlessly,
What, did you
like a
just become
cat.
Squirrel and just blah, blah, blah.
Pridwin
Excuse me.
says,
You just made him
Apollyon?
rub.
I know you're in there.
I'll
This
get you
guy's
out.
an outlaw.
What is that from?
What?
I can't fucking
What is that
breathe.
from? What?
So Bridwin
Oh,
just
boy.
basically
It's from
spray
fucking-
bottled you.
It's from the second Thor. Dr. Banner, I know you're in there. Don't worry. I'll get you out. Proceeds to beat the shit out of him.
Oh my god.
He just
Oh.
spray cat spray bottled you and told Apollyon to come out.
A fragment of the King of Hell. You just threw water at him.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, he's done it to Apollyon many times.
Yeah, but Apollyon was reasonable.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, he just got sassed and then sprayed.
You said Azeroth was the of chaos?
Astaroth.
Madness.
Astaroth.
Astaroth of
Madness.
Madness. Yeah. He is the incarnation of Apollyon's madness. He jumps down off of the tree,
Oh god.
sort of flowing with shadows.
Abaddon? If you can get him to snap out of it, I'll unban you from my bar.
Yeah, does he
Oh, you
have
shouldn't have said
a
that.
scythe?
I don't think you understand the situation,
Yes.
Edwin. This isn't Apollyon. This is a fragment of what he was.
Yeah.
The Apollyon we know is not this.
But
You-
he's still in there.
You mention Abaddon, and sort of grinning widely as he does, and laughs. He outstretches himself, shadows filling the area. His face looks like it's like a clean cut that goes 5 ways across his face. You hear bones cracking as it splits open, and he transforms. Allow me to find that image.
Oh yeah, that sounds fun. It's
Mm-hmm.
holiday.
One sec.
Hmm.
Nah, I'm good. I'm not even gonna look at it.
You wanted Abaddon, you say? She no longer present. What's left is what she used to be. Part shadow.
You see, if there's one thing I know about you guys, is that you are notorious liars sometimes.
Now, would you want to continue this charade any longer? Oh, I didn't want to do anything at first, just observe. However, no, this sounds like more fun.
Katya takes another step toward you.
I mean,
You
the
will
offer's
not
still on the table.
harm them.
Which? Fine. I'll let you marinate. But just know, when the time comes, you will feel retribution for all of your sins. Solon, you will... Oh, I've heard so much about you. All of the hypocrisy. The fact that you led those people on an unwinnable mission to their deaths to be slaughtered. The sloth radiates from your body. Tell me, I have a question.
No.
Okay. Alright.
No. Did you think that you were the observer? That you pulled the strings? I'll have you know that you are just another expendable pawn in a much larger game.
What is that supposed to mean?
You will find out. One day, that retribution will come quick and swift.
I see. So what's your true goal here then? Just to mess with us?
Making up for
Chess.
lost time. Apollyon has been slacking at his job. These sinners do not cleanse themselves.
Fair enough. Well then maybe you should get back to it and let us go on our way. Since we'll be meeting up again so soon as you previously stated.
Very well. Just know, no matter where you walk, what ends of this earth you travel, I will always be there, haunting your nightmares, stalking your shadow. You will never get rid of me.
Time will tell.
As long as you're afraid, as long as you suffer your nightmares, I will be waiting in your closet, under your bed. I will be the shadow in the back of your vision watching. And one day, I will rip those fears, those screams, directly from your throat.
Nuh-uh, I got a Scooby-Doo nightlight.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry, that was there. I had to take that one. I had to take that.
Someone's over here like crying, just fucking fires off that shit.
I'm going to devour your soul. No.
Nuh-uh, I got a
No.
Scooby-Doo nightlight.
Oh my god. Yeah, so he chuckles at this and then sort of starts walking back towards where the fighting is occurring and dragging the scythe behind him.
It leaves a furrow deep into the earth.
A man can change, Azeroth. Apollyon understood that.
And also, you're a lot less impressive than I thought. You kind of just came here, ran your mouth.
Do you want to pick this fight?
You really don't want to pick
You
this.
You
don't
really don't
want to
wanna
pick this
I
fight.
don't want to pick the fight.
Not,
Do you
not
want to
what
lose
we're-
the character you made on day one?
No.
I really don't
You
want to lose this
cannot
character.
survive this fight.
I guarantee you, the last time I tried to fight these motherfuckers, I lost an arm and 2 sisters
Oh my
and
God.
like
Oh, yeah,
50
now
other
you have a new
people.
stalker.
And that was
So-
the best possible outcome.
Mhm.
Yeah. Oh
Interesting.
yeah, I forgot to mention the entire town burned to the ground.
Yeah.
What's a town burning to the ground?
Yeah. Brian, do you say this or do you retract that
I
statement?
retract that statement.
Yeah.
I might
No
like
use
their
crying
photos,
over burnt corpses.
Oh man.
Like
Oh
you
my
said,
God.
this community, yeah,
Um,
they will protect us.
So Solon kind of watches him disappear into the shadow of the trees, and then
The
just
second-
falls to his knees, realizing he's been holding his breath the entire time because he legitimately is terrified.
As he...
You notice.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. You notice as he's sort of walking away, it's almost as if you see glitching in your vision, like digital glitching before he disappears.
Like the shadows separating, almost.
I don't. Wait, hold on. Describe this.
Is it like digital glitching?
Oh,
Like
oh.
I'm thinking in my head
Sorry.
that the way that Astaroth looks is part of the persona,
Mhm.
and the glitching we are seeing is maybe some fragment of Apollyon kind of trying to like take back his what we see as Apollyon back. So like the
Uh.
form that Astaroth kind of has is tearing apart, kind of.
I would think like it's like on a camera when you're recording something and the image sort of glitches, and you would see like during this glitch his form changes multiple times. One you may recognize as the original Apollyon, some other forms unrecognizable. that
Okay,
you've
so kind of
never
like the
seen.
shutter speed's too slow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got you.
Hmm.
As
So-
What was
he's
the idea?
walking
Yeah.
away, for a moment, Katya just stands there. And then she kind of reaches a hand forward. Apollyon? Just as he's glitching away. She staggers back a bit, as if confused.
I'm afraid he isn't with us at the moment.
Yeah, I know. Some Prince of Hell stuck-up snobby bastard is using him as a personal meat puppet.
Apollyon is the king of hell. That's a piece of him that took control.
So he's not having some demon's man stuck up his butt and using him as a personal meat puppet. That is slightly...
Yeah.
No.
His
Right.
own mental illnesses are currently running him around like a meat puppet.
Yeah.
Wait till you see Phase 3 Apollyon.
Yeah.
What is that,
How about
phase
we
one Apollyon?
not?
Ultra Instinct Apollyon.
Yeah, you saw the first 2 forms that he's going to take. There's a third one you haven't seen yet. You will.
King Pig.
I think maybe no.
So, but just for my own like meta understanding, Axel and Yodabeo itself is legitimately a separate
Yeah.
entity
Mhm.
from what we just saw.
Yes.
Okay.
Apollyon has been. You weren't there when it occurred, but he saw something, a person, more like, and it drove him completely insane. He has 27 madness currently.
I think I was there for part of that. I vaguely remember his madness like skyrocketing out of nowhere.
There was
Yeah,
that.
he saw one too many of his exes.
Oh,
Honestly saying.
And
so yeah. Anyway, Solon's currently on the ground, just like hyperventilating.
Mhm.
I mean, I understand we all have our issues, but man,
Yeah.
he's got
When
a
I-
lot of them. He's got
Yeah,
29
I-
problems, and
As-
that's definitely one of them.
As you all are standing there trying to recollect yourselves with everything that's going on, trying to get your bearings, you hear crunching of sticks behind you.
Oh no.
Oh, God damn it, is it him again?
You turn to look, and there's something coming through the trees. It's walking on 4 legs.
Well, it's not
Uh-oh.
Mr. Shadow Boy.
And it comes forward, and seeing you, it stops. And then it rears up, its eyes settling
Oh, is it a
on
big fan?
Pridwin.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god.
Its nose wrinkles as it smells you, those predatory gleaming eyes looking down at you. This thing stands at a good 11 feet tall.
At least it doesn't have swords.
Its mouth opens and you see massive fang-like teeth as he goes to speak. And that's where I'm going to cut session for today.
Well, fuck.